What's up, everybody? This is Kieran Ring, otherwise known as the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer of the O.C.G, and hopefully I'm live with just Coast 3. Ba-bong! Yeah. Love you, Echo. You my good kitty. You my bestest kitty, ma'am. Hey, baby. Yeah, I decided to stream Just Cause with you. Like, I'm not giving up on Uncharted. I just, I needed to play some, just fun that I could jump into. I've had a crazy day already. Ugh. I bet when you play Just Cause 3, Samantha, that you'll probably picture Caroline's face every time you blow something up. Like, take that, you smug British bitch! That'll teach you! Blow up your face! This is my cat. I think my cat kind of sees I'm frustrated as well. Mary Poppins ass bitch! Damn it. Some of these are hard. But yeah, so, like, I stayed up late last night, and I went to sleep shortly after we talked. You know, I stayed up way late trying to get my schedule set up again. So I go to sleep at about 9-ish. And I wake up at, like, 2 in the morning again. I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And then I repeatedly fucking woke up So, like, technically while I slept, I didn't get a lot of restful sleep. And then I had to immediately get up, and first I had to go to the store. Then I had to go across town to get my mom's medicine, and that's, like, been my whole day thus far. And then, oh yeah, on the way back, I saw, oh yeah, our freezer was left open. It somehow, God, mother... Somehow or another. So now, we're out of food. And now we gotta figure out an alternative. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, this day is just, like, just getting started and already sucks so much. Oh, come on. Oh, I was doing so well. Look at yo. Everybody loves Echo. Everybody loves Echo. And then, I didn't even get to mention it to you. Okay, so yesterday, I went to the store, right? And my aunt had me get her some cigarettes and 2 coffees, like 2 Starbucks coffees, because she really likes them. And normally she gets them, like, with her grocery order, and they didn't have any, so I'm like, okay. I was already going to the store with my parents. I genuinely don't care, you know what I mean? And she'll usually, like, throw me a couple of bucks for my trouble. Oh, wow, I didn't get out of the gate with that one. She'll usually throw me a couple bucks for my trouble, and it's something I genuinely don't mind doing. We'll have to see. Everything was kind of mushy, so I don't know how we can trust it, and we don't know. All I know is I went in there, and I immediately saw it was open. We have no idea how long it was like that, but, so I went to the store, and I tried to get Tara and her coffee and her cigarettes while I was getting my mom's stuff. That's why I don't really mind, because I'm already going to the store anyway. It's just, like, the civil thing to do, like, hey, you're going to the store, will you pick me up some? And she's paying, so... So I did it, and for some reason I don't have enough to get her coffee and her cigarettes. And my mom's like, why? We gave you the money, you should have had enough. And I'm like, I don't know. So I go back today, and I'm paying extra attention. Because I don't want to have any troubles again, normally, in just about every other place, Samantha, her 2 coffees are $6 for 2 large Starbucks coffees. It's 2 for $6. Okay, they were like $10 before tax and a card fee. Like places here can charge a surcharge if you use a card, which is bullshit. But oh well, it's a thing they can do. Okay, so they were charging nearly double the fucking price of everywhere else. So I'm like, oh, that's why I didn't have enough money yesterday. And if I told you, I've had a bunch of fucking issues with this particular store. Where they have dicked me over. And the only reason I'm still going to the store is because it's the only store that's nearby in walking distance. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. They had a problem with their card machine that wound up taking about $350 from us because it kept charging people twice. And it wasn't us that just got fucked. Like, it was a big scandal in the store because everybody was getting charged twice. And while they fixed it and they added a new machine or whatever, they never gave anybody any fucking refunds for that. So they took about $300 of my parents' money because they were like, it stored it in the system and then charged it again. And then like $50 of my money, which obviously is nowhere near as much as my parents, but that was money I had saved up for a long time. And yeah, no, it is straight up theft. It is. Trust me. It really, really is. And I got really upset with them, and the only fucking reason that I put up with that shit is, like I said, it is the only gas station I can walk to. Every other gas station is many miles away. That's too far for me to reasonably walk to every day. And, that's why I have it used to be, their bullshit, Samantha, is entirely why we do things the way we do it now. Because originally, my mom and dad have a debit card, and that's been debit card, and we used to they would send me to the store, and son of a bitch. They would send me to the store, and they would tell me, hey, you get this, and you get whatever for you. And then, because of that shit, they were afraid, of giving their card information again in the new machine, so I started using my Venmo, because I didn't keep large amounts of money on the Venmo. And it's like a debit thing that you can use. So it was like a protection for them. And that actually allowed me to save money myself instead of having to purchase it right then. It allowed me to, separate the money. And it's what they wanted. But then they took $50 from mine. Son of a bitch. They took $50 from mine. So then I found out I could lock the card. Venmo has a really handy feature where you can just, tap it and lock it and unlock it at any time. So now, whenever I'm not using my Venmo card, I have it locked and no charges can go through. But, just the fact that I've had to go through all of that bullshit because of them makes me want to fucking smash their head in with a brick wall. And then I've had other problems with, them being rude to me, which is kind of crazy because, I go up there, Samantha, every fucking day and spend money there, and you know me. Shit, yeah, fuck, I keep forgetting you can't leave the wingsuit, in this. I go up there, every day, and I'm buying my parents cigarettes or whatever, and we spend a lot of money there. I'd say we're one of their best customers. So it's they're giving me all this shit, and it's that's just bad business. To piss off one of your best customers, especially when I'm just, you know me, I'm not fucking rude or caring or anything like that. It is, yeah. But that's what I mean, is I shouldn't have to do that. And then, a couple of times, I wore the same hoodie, this spring, and I was sweating a lot. Because, it was hot enough, and, and I was walking in the store and all that. And one of the chicks there stopped me and told me that I stank. And hurt my feelings. Because I'm a very clean person. And the only reason I stunk is not because I'm dirty, but because it's I just walked up here and I'm sweating my ass off. What do you want me to do about that? You know what I mean? And, and it's crazy, too, because, I would never say that to a customer. Shit. If I worked at Walmart and I said something like that to somebody, they would fire me. Especially because, like I said, I try to stay clean. I'm a very clean person. But when you're walking and sweating, there's almost no way to stink, Not stink, I'm sorry, and they were well, you smell like body odor and cigarette smoke. And I'm okay, so I guess the cigarette smoke is for my parents, because I don't smoke, but it's and to me, that made no sense to me, because it's you guys predominantly sell cigarettes. So I'm if anything, when you smell me, and I smell like cigarette smoke, I told my mom, if I smell like cigarette smoke, that means I smell like money, like your customer base. You're a cigarette store. You know what I mean? That would be going to a bar, Samantha, and, shit. That would be going to a bar, Samantha, and, well, you smell like liquor. It's okay, that should mean money to you. But regardless, you know, and it hurt my feelings because, like I said, I'm a clean person. I can't help it. I was already sweating my ass off. Like, am I just not supposed to sweat? And, like, they piss me off because they have, like, all kinds of fucked up customers come in, Samantha. Like, I've seen druggies. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be judgmental, but I'm saying literally I've seen people that you can clearly tell were strung out on some kind of shit come in. You know, I know they're not smelling good, so it's like you don't say anything to them, but you say something to me. So it's like you're telling me that, basically, in effect, telling me that I smell worse than somebody who's fucking methed out. Like, great. Awesome. You know, and that's what I'm saying. It's just like a consistent, it's just like a consistent, disrespect. And I guess they think maybe because I'm super polite that I'm a pushover. And once again, I'm like, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. You know? And it's not like I would, you know, ordinarily, in any other situation, if somebody treated me like that, we would have fucking words. But if I say something and I get banned from that store, it's not me that's gonna suffer, it's my parents. Yeah, exactly. If I can't get my parents, damn it. If I can't get my parents the stuff they need, they're gonna suffer. Like I told you, my mom asked for so little. So, if I were to pop off and get mad at them, it wouldn't really hurt me. It would hurt my parents. That's why I hold my tongue and I deal with their shit. It's the only way I can get my parents the shit they need. You know? And, then today, like I said, I go up there and it's like, they're charging highway robbery for the fucking coffee, almost double what everyone else is charging, plus an additional surcharge fee for using a card, and I just, like, it really pissed me off, because I'm already in a bad mood, having to wake up and not having sleep, and then I'm like, man, it's always something with you fucking guys, you know? And it really pissed me off. And, you know, my mom got upset at me, and, you know, when I say that, you have to understand that, like, she wasn't mad at me, but she was just upset in general, because it's like, we gave you enough money, what happened? I get that, but it's like, so basically, because of your highway robbery, I had to come home, and I had to get the business from my mother. Thank you so much for that. Even if she wasn't mad at me, I'm still the one who had to fucking deal with it. You know what I mean? You guys aren't having to deal with my angry mother who's wondering why the money she gave me wasn't enough when it should have been. Because everywhere else in town charges one thing, and you guys nearly charge double that because you're dicks. Damn it. I don't know why this one is, I'm having trouble with this one. Normally I don't struggle that much with the wingsuits. Oh well, not a big deal. You know? But it's shitty. And it's like, if it was just one thing, okay, you know, people make mistakes, people fucking, do that, I wouldn't care, but it's like, consistently, it's a pattern of bullshit from this fucking store. So I woke up, I hadn't hardly slept, I had to go to the store immediately and deal with this shit. I saw the freezer, was fucked, so now I'm wondering what we're gonna eat. I fucking, had to go across town and walk up several flights of stairs, so my leg and my back is fucking killing me. And it's like, I've been up, like, 2 hours, and I'm like, this day already sucks so hard. Not right now, Echo. My leg's hurting me. You were up here earlier, just a minute ago. And, you know, I specifically went to bed early for me, so I could try to be on schedule. You know what I mean? And it really pisses me off that, like, I'm trying so hard to be on schedule, and then not. And also, like I told you, because of their fuck-up, now I have to go without my medication. Not right now, baby, I'm sorry. Now I have to go without my medication, which is gonna fuck me up, even going without it for a couple of days. Zoloft is the big one. It has a very short half-life. Okay? So, you notice really quickly. You know what I mean? It takes, withdrawal happens really quickly. So, damn it. And they're from a pharmacy, and they called me, and I didn't answer because they didn't have caller ID. Almost every other pharmacy in town doesn't have caller ID. And with all the scammers and shit like that, oh, I'm here to call you about your car's extended warranty. If I don't recognize the number and there's not ID, I don't answer it. So how was I supposed to know when they're using, like, a strange number? Like, if Walgreens has called me, it says Walgreens calling, like, so, it's bullshit. And now I have to fucking suffer and deal with mood swings and all that because I'm without my medicine. I'm like, just fucking great, man. Okay, baby, I love you. Oh, bastards. I'll come back to that one and do it later. I'm not gonna drive myself crazy trying to do it perfectly right now because that'll just fucking piss me off. I'm not in the mood. Okay, I accidentally wound up doing the same one over again. Oh well. Guess I will try it. Oh boy. Hope that's enough. Oh, sweet. Nice! Oh, well, I guess it wasn't too bad then when I came back and did that one again. I was able to get it fully that time. Oh, yeah! Baby! Oh, fuck you. Oh, come on. Wow, I didn't even get out of the fucking gate. Not right now, Echo. I love you. Not right now, babe. Ah. Fuck. got an MVP sure thanks source right now. Thanks source right now. Got an MVP. Excuse me. I'm sorry, baby. I love you. Seems like we're both getting it today. Air race. Yeah. Oh God. God, I have a kill for some burgers right now. Oh, God. Okay. I have to come back and do this later. Going out of space! Ah, that's funny. It's funny we were both thinking the same thing, too. But getting high up like that in a jet and then jumping out with the wingsuit allows me to gain a lot of distance. Whereas before, if I was trying to do this, I'd be like right next to the sea trying to jostle, trying not to go into the water. It's Squirrel Man! That's funny. Well, you know me, baby. I'm always after you on yo nuts. Well, that sounded gay, but you know. Where's Max when you need him? say I would have had a much harder time crossing this distance if I was just skating across the water. I don't think what they want. I swing whatever way you do, baby. Giggity. You're the only person I'm interested in, baby.
What's happening out there? Respond immediately.
No. You have to tell people you're canon. Tell them that your sexual preference now is weird Irish autistic dudes. My sexual preference is hot gothic and milfs. That's my sexual preference.
Dispatch, sending ground reinforcements to your position.
This place looks better on fire.
This is dispatch, come in. Why is no one responding?
Here we go. You're my...
This area is restricted. Leave immediately.
Yeah. This is one of the big enemy bases. One of the major things in the region. Oh shit, I got hit with the explosion and died accidentally. Oh, well, not a big deal. Oh. Like I said, there's not really even any penalty for dying, you know what I mean? Like everything that you exploded stays exploded, so... You want to see something amazing? Watch this. Oh, damn it. Come on. Well, you'll see it eventually. You can actually make that, like, slide through the air. That giant ball. If you, like, shoot its support beams. And it's like a giant, like, propellant ball, like, hamster ball rolling around killing people. It's awesome. Sorry, give me a second. Or like, you see this, like, you see a bunch of explosive canisters, so you hit one, and watch the physics fly. Like I said, there's just something so much fun in, you know, Just Cause. About fucking going into a base and just blowing it all up. You know what I mean? Like I said, even though this game is over 10 years old now, there's still, like I said, I don't think there has been any game, Samantha, that has handled destruction like Just Cause. Like, I still feel like, even a decade later, you know, even like 7 years since the last game, Just Cause 4 is 2018. Yeah, 7 years, Jesus. It's unbeaten. It is the king of destruction in video games. And you know, a lot of games have destruction, you know what I mean? People blow shit up in GTA, but like, I don't think any game has ever beaten this in the raw chaos. So, that, you know, it's just a lot of fun. See, now you get to hear David Tennant. I mentioned to you David Tennant before, but you didn't get to hear his broadcast. This is one of his broadcasts. It's hilarious.
Hi there. The good general heard that some of you were experiencing some television interference from the transmitter at Chima Leon. So he decided to destroy it and the base around it, just to be sure. The bases just keep going down. Hope our fearless leader doesn't run out at any point. Not that he would, since he's in complete control of this situation. Viva Medici!
Like, I just love, like, him in this game so much. Where, like, he just comes up with, like, the crappiest excuses. It's, like, propaganda. He's just like, oh, yeah, no, we blew up this satellite base because it was interfering with television, yeah, like, it's fine. At one time, he's like, oh, it turns out we found some black mold, so we just destroyed the entire base from orbit. And, like, sometimes, like, that's, like, a highlight of this game, like, blowing a place up to hear what David Tennant has to say about it. You know, and, like, meanwhile, like, you find out that basically David Tennant is a British celebrity, which, I mean, obviously, but, like, his character in-game is basically David Tennant, that, they kidnapped while he was on vacation. So, like, he'll sneak stuff in, and he'd be like, yeah, Medici really cares about, base safety. It's tip-top. But he's like, I only wish they cared about the rights of British celebrities as much. So it's like, he'll put in, like, a backhanded thing, because he's, you know, they're, like, keeping him there against his will, and it's just, like, David Tennant is, like, the master of snark. So it's so funny to, like, blow up a base and then hear what he has to say about it. And then, like I said, as you blow up more bases, he just gets more and more worried. He's like, yeah, the bases, they just keep getting blown up. And he's, like, panicking because he's like, oh, God, they're getting more angry at me. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think to this day, Samantha, this is the only game role that David Tennant has ever been in. So it's like, you know, he's such a beloved actor. He's been in a lot of movies, but he's been in this one game, and it's like, man, I really wish he'd be in more games. Especially with how big games are now, you know what I mean? Ah, shit, But, like, whenever I think about this game, that's one of the things I think about is, David Tennant fucking, Viva Medici! You know? It's, like, one of the highlights of this game, man. And, like, David Tennant has, like, dialogue for, like, every major enemy base that you take out. So, like I said, like, sometimes you just want to blow shit up just to hear what he has to say about it. Like I said, I love this game. And that's why, like, it's so upsetting to me that, you know, oh, shit. Wingsuit Race, I'll do that. That's why it's, like, so upsetting to me that this series has gone dormant. You know, because we were... Yeah, it would be amazing. I do think they should do a Doctor Who game. I mean, it practically writes itself. But it's like, how would they do the gameplay when the Doctor abhors violence? You know what I mean? Like, there's not going to have traditional gameplay. And then, like, to try to do it justice, it would need to be an insanely big budget game. You know what I mean? And who they get to play the Doctor, they would have to either get a guy who's not played the Doctor, who's really good, or get one of the previous actors who's really well known, but then that he would be expensive. I do think, like, a Doctor Who game could be amazing. It would need a very big budget and a lot of work to make it happen. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be easy to make a really great Doctor Who game. I mean, it'd be worth it, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it would need to be done a particular way to be good. Ah, come on. Exterminate! Exterminate! Especially because, you know, like, every fucking episode of Doctor Who, Samantha, he's in a new time period, or a new universe, or a new planet. Yeah. So it's like, imagine having to create all the fucking environments for Doctor Who, all the different planets he goes to. You know, fucking Gallifrey. You know, like, just that, like, oh, hey, we're gonna have, like, 100 different areas across the solar system, different time periods, like, you know what I mean? And if you could only do a couple, like, let's say we could only do a couple planets or a couple time periods, which ones would we do? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. If you did it right, if you did a Doctor Who game justice, they would line up to buy it in droves, you know what I mean? Like, Doctor Who has such a huge fan base. If you did it right. No, not right now, baby. My legs hurt me. I'm sorry. Otherwise, you know, they would be really vocal if they fucked it up. I mean, they can't even do... Samantha, they can't even do the Doctor Who show right now. It's fucking sucked the last several years. I don't know how familiar you are with Doctor Who, how you've seen it, but, like, ever since, like, the midway of Capaldi's run, it has went to shit. Like, Stephen Moffat and, Russell Davies did such a great job. They were the ones who brought it back. They weren't the original creators of Doctor Who. Damn it, so close. They weren't the original creators of Doctor Who. But they brought it back in the modern era with Eggleston. And, my dad grew up watching Doctor Who, so I know so much about Doctor Who because my dad. My dad literally has a sonic screwdriver replica and, Doctor Who shirts and shit. He grew up watching the original Doctor Who. Ever since, like, Capaldi, he took over. I love Peter Capaldi. But they tried to make, like, Peter Capaldi's Doctor the side character in his own show for Clara. And it's become, like, a running joke. Every time we talk about Clara, where, like, she was the Doctor and she was doing all that, and, like, she fucking hijacked Peter Capaldi's fucking Doctor. And, like, I feel like he got such a... Yes, exactly, thank you. Well, then, you kind of know what I'm talking about, right? With, like, I feel like Peter Capaldi's run, when Clara took over, is when they really fucked Doctor Who up. That was the beginning of the end. Where it's like, literally, it felt like she was the Doctor, she was the center of the show, and Peter Capaldi was just following her around. And that's such a shame, because Peter Capaldi is such a great actor. Fuck. Peter Capaldi is such a great actor. So my problem with his run on Doctor Who is not necessarily him. It's the writing and the direction. Like, he did a great job. He always does a great job. But when they're making it so he's not even, like, acting like the Doctor, it's fucked up. You know, and then, yeah, they had that chick. And you know what? I actually like that chick. I forget her name. It'll come to me. Oh, wow, I didn't even get out the gate. It'll come to me. But she's been in other stuff. And she did a show that I would recommend you watch sometime called Broadchurch. And it actually is with David Tennant. They've worked together before Doctor Who. Well, before her. You know, it was after for him. And it's like, they're American FBI agents. And they both do a great job. Like, David Tennant does an amazing American accent. And it's like a murder mystery about girls being killed in a small town. It's really good. So, like, she is a good actor. Kate something? Fuck, I'll remember her name. But she herself is a good actor, but they fucked up the show, and then they retconned, like, all the lore she did, like, during her run. They had one of the most infamous episodes in Doctor Who history called, Day of the Doctor, I think, I'm sorry, The Timeless Child, where they, like, retconned all of Doctor Who. they literally fucking retconned everything and said that the Doctor wasn't actually a Time Lord. The Doctor wasn't actually Gallifrey. Yes. And they basically took the entire Doctor Who fucking lore and threw it in the trash. It is like the Doctor Who community was in a fucking uproar after that. It is considered to be one of the most hated episodes in television history, and one of the worst, if not the worst, Doctor Who episode ever. Because they would make changes to the lore. There would be little changes here and there after all the decades. There's going to be some inconsistencies. But they basically took everything for the Doctor with that episode and they threw it in the fucking trash. And that's in her first season and just... And then I had hope. What's his name? Yes, I'm sorry. Chubnall. Chris Chubnall. He is the one that torpedoed it because he Russell Davies and Stephen Moffat left Doctor Who. They did, all of Eggleston's run, Tennant's run, Matt Smith's run, and they did the start of Capaldi's run. And then they left. Oh god, he left finally because they've been doing it for over 10 years, whatever. But they let Chris Chubnall take over as the writer, and he is the one that started doing that shit with Clara. And then he had full control going in to the Kate shit. And like I said, his writing was fucking atrocious. Samantha, okay, the day of the Timeless Child basically says that Doctor Who is not a Time Lord. He is the inspiration for the Time Lords. That he landed there as a child, a black woman. So the Doctor was a woman originally. And they based the cycles and regeneration off of them. It was so fucking garbage. It wasn't bad enough that, a lot of people weren't happy with the fact that they made him a girl anyway. Because he was a male character, okay? But then they had to add insult to injury and say, well, actually, the Doctor was female first. And then, not really a Time Lord, even though that is, literally synonymous with his fucking identity. It was such bullshit. And from there, it just went down. Just went downhill. Sweet, I got the 5 stars. Went downhill from there. Because remember, this is her first season they pulled that shit, Samantha. And she had 3. So you can only imagine 2 more seasons of that. And then I had the faintest glimmer of hope for Doctor Who. Because they got Nuktigawa, and he's actually a pretty cool actor. And, they, got Stephen Moffat back. So I thought maybe with the new Doctor and with the original guy coming in, they'll fix it. But Nuktigawa is terrible as the Doctor. And they made his entire fact that he was gay his whole character. And it was the most on-the-nose fucking bullshit where, literally he's doing show tunes. And I'm you don't think that's a little bit on the nose? Little cliched? What's next? Is he gonna be the Doctor that loves watermelon because he's black? That's the level we're talking about. And it was so weird to me because Stephen Moffat, Samantha, is gay. He's openly gay. He has always been gay. You understand? So, he never made gayness a focus of the show before. Because, like I said, literally, Russell Davies and Stephen Moffat were there from the beginning of the new Who, the modern Who, with Eggleston. So I can't understand why, like, he's been a gay man this whole time. He's been openly gay, and he never made it about being gay. He never did that shit before, and then all of a sudden he just decides, oh, now we're gonna make it gay, and we're not just gonna make him gay. We're gonna make him stereotypically gay as shit. We're gonna have show tunes at Broadway. Like, what happened to him? Like, it's not like all of a sudden, like, they hired a gay guy and he's like, okay, we're gonna make him gay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's the guy he's been in Doctor Who since the modern run. He's been gay this whole fucking time. So it's like, now all of a sudden, like, we have to make the whole thing gay. Like, I just couldn't understand. And it's like, I had the faintest glimmer of hope, because I'm like, oh, they're bringing back the people who were there all the time. And it was him leaving that precipitated the massive drop in quality. So I thought, oh man, he's coming back. Maybe there's hope. And then, like, oh no, they made it even worse. At least with Kate, she wasn't saying, well, I'm a woman, and they had to make her being a woman the faction of the show. So it's like, she at least had that going for her. Now it's like fucking what? And then, no, you know, all the other doctors, besides Eggleston, Samantha, in the new Who, exactly. All the other doctors in New Who, besides Eggleston, had 3 seasons, because, or series. That's the one thing they just say in Britain, they call it season series. Kind of fucks with me. Because we call the individual things seasons, and the show a series, here in America. But either way, so all the other doctors besides Eggleston had 3 seasons. Eggleston only had 1, not because they didn't offer it to him, but because he, that was his big break, and he was afraid that if he kept doing Doctor Who, would be typecast and he would never do it. So he pulled out. People loved his Doctor. It was a huge success. But he was afraid of getting typecast, so he left after 1 season. They offered him a contract to do more. But David Tennant had 3 series. Matt Smith had 3 series. Peter Capaldi had 3. Kate had 3. But Nukigawa only did 2. He's out because, you know, I guess he couldn't take the heat, you know, and I mean, I have mixed feelings because on the one hand, like, I understand he's an actor and he's doing what they told him, but I also feel like when you take a beloved thing like Doctor Who that people love and you run it into the ground, you're gonna get chewed out publicly. Like, you know, like when you go into something that's beloved, yes, beloved, and you piss all over it, people are not going to be happy. And Nukigawa went out in public saying, well, Doctor Who is gay now, and you just got to deal with it. I'm like, okay, well, if you're sitting there stoking the fires and you're mocking the fanbase, you can't then be upset when the fanbase gets mad back at you. Like, you're publicly calling them out. You know what I mean? Ah, shit. And that's what they do. They'll go and do, like, PR for the movies, and they'll rage bait the fan base. Like Rachel Ziegler, you know, when they did the new Snow White, like, it was already bad enough that they were doing a Snow White that wasn't white, and that's, like, the literal reason her name is Snow White is because of skin, you know, skin, black as ebony, hair, black as ebony, skin white as driven snow. So it's like, that's literally why she's white. Snow White should be white. That's, like, her character, like, that's why she's called Snow White. But whatever, you know? Like, there are other characters where it's, like, it's literally in her fucking name! Like, if they did a Black Panther, and they gave him a white outfit, it's like, why is he White Panther? You know what I mean? Like, it's in the name! But, yeah, either way. So, it was people already upset. And then they're like, well, we don't want to be offensive to dwarves, so we're not doing the dwarves. Which actually, funnily enough, actually hurt them. Because how many roles do you see little people get So that could have been 7 little people could have gotten roles in a big movie. That could have actually done good things for the little people community. So ironically enough, they cost them like roles. But, you know, so already it just sounded terrible. And, like, Rachel Ziegler, no offense to her, but she's not very attractive. She's not ugly, but she's not super attractive. And they had Gal Gadot playing her mom, the Queen. So it's like the whole point in Snow White is that the Queen is killing her or trying to kill her because she is not the fairest of them all anymore. The Queen is always the fairest woman in the land, and now Snow White was more attractive. So she's literally beefing with her daughter, her stepdaughter, because she's hotter. And now you have literally a queen who is much more attractive than Snow White. Because, you know, say what you want to, some people don't like Gal Gadot's acting. She's an attractive lady. So it's like, none of this makes any sense. So already, people weren't excited about it. Not, could you blame them? And then she comes out doing press tours, and she's shitting on Snow White. She's like, well, the actual story is terrible and old. You know, and it became a meme. And she's like, weird. You know, like, I don't know if you saw that going around, but it was everywhere. It became viral. So it was bad enough that, like, the movie was shitting on the fans. Then you have the star of the movie actually coming out and shitting on people and shitting on the property of Snow White. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Antagonizing your fans is never a good idea. And then, she was like, they're like, man, everybody's attacking Rachel Ziegler. Leave her alone. And it's like, maybe they're attacking her because she's pissing on the fans, because she's pissing on the property, the people who actually really like Snow White, because, you know, Snow White's one of the all-time classic fairy tales. They're not happy about her shitting all over them in press tours. Like, maybe she's not being a victim. Maybe, like, she, like, you know what they say? You know the saying, Samantha? Talk shit, get hit. Maybe, you know, don't talk shit if you're not willing to get hit. If you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. So, you know, like, I understand it's not good to have, like, the public coming after you and people shitting on you everywhere you go. But when you're on a public stage like that and you piss on something that people love, that is going to happen. That's going to happen. Like, what did you expect? That's like literally having a press conference and telling people, hey, fuck all of you, and then getting upset when people at the press conference are like, well, fuck you too. And playing a victim. Like, you started this. You were talking shit, man. Don't be upset when you're getting hit now. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god. Yeah, I'll have to come back for this one. Yes, exactly. Thank you. Thank you. It is so gratifying to me, Samantha, that you fucking get it. Okay? If you're not interested in Snow White, awesome. Then don't make a Snow White property. Like I said, it's because they don't care about the property. They care about the fucking name. But the people who come to watch Snow White are the people who do care about the fucking property. It's your fan base. So then they're upset that you took a steaming dump on the thing that they liked. And the fans, guess what? The fans, Samantha, are the ones who come and pay your box office ticket. Yes, exactly. Thank you. And you know what? I've told people, that is where we've got fucked up. Samantha, because we now have movies made by people that don't like the property. Games made by people that don't like the games. That's where we keep getting all these shitty adaptations. people making Doctor Who don't really like Doctor Who is where we get shit like that. You know what I mean? Anybody who liked and respected the lore of Doctor Who wouldn't have done the shit that they fucking did with the lore. You, like, have outed yourself as not really giving a fuck and said, we're just gonna do whatever we want to do. So, like, that's the thing. And so you have people, like I said, who don't like Star Wars, making Star Wars movies. It's crazy. You know, it's like, I feel like, this is Stranger Things and we're in the fucking upside down. Because to me, liking the property should be the bare minimum to work on it. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm making a show and I'm looking for a writer, a director, and somebody says, oh yeah, I don't like this, I would say, why are you applying? Right? But now it's like, yeah, let's have somebody direct Star Wars that doesn't like Star Wars. That's a solution. Let's have somebody who stars Snow White that hates Snow White. Exactly. Yeah, like I told you, Samantha, I've had this spiel before, forgive me, but it all comes down to the same thing. They want to be a famous writer, a famous director, but they don't want to make a name for themselves the right way, by earning it, by writing good stuff, by making good stuff. So rather than earn it, they hijack somebody else's name and use the name brand for recognition. It's super shitty. You know, George Lucas and Star Wars didn't just become fucking amazing overnight. Everyone thought, Samantha, that Star Wars was gonna fail. Okay? They literally gave him the rights to Star Wars, the merchandise, because he was smart and George Lucas took a pay cut up front. And they thought they were gonna steal because they're like, who's gonna want the merchandise for this movie that nobody fucking cares about? And then when Star Wars blew up, George Lucas became rich almost overnight because every time they wanted to make a Star Wars action figure, sell a lightsaber, he got the fucking cut. I mean, imagine if you just got $1 every time a kid bought a lightsaber. But nobody believed in him. They thought he was gonna fail. He was a laughing stock. And then he proved them wrong by making a fucking amazing movie. You know, J.K. Rowling, she had never written anything when she did Harry Potter. And people were like, oh my god, here's this story for wizards, which wizards weren't exactly in vogue when that came out, by this author, chick who never wrote. Do you think people believed in her? No. Their tune changed when she came out and Harry Potter was fucking amazing and took the world by storm. Literally, because she made something awesome. Do you think, like, people were just spawning out the fucking bit for Stephen King? No, he started out writing in fucking Playboy and Hustler. Writing in porn mags because they were the only ones that would publish his shit. He had people, his first novel that he published was Carrie. And so many people said, oh, this is never gonna work. That he actually, I don't know if you knew this, but Stephen King threw the manuscript for Carrie in the trash because he lost faith in it, and his wife took it out of the trash and took it to a publisher. Nobody believed in him. And then he made a name for himself by doing fucking amazing horror stories. Quentin Tarantino, like, oh man, he just started out amazing, coming in the thing. No, they made a name for themselves with fucking amazing things, amazing movies. You know what I mean? So Hideo Kojima, Death Stranding, like, he's the closest thing you're gonna get to a video game rock star. Do you think he just came on the scene and everybody liked him? No, he started out as a fucking intern. In fact, his parents, he started working in gaming, Samantha, in the 80s. And his parents actually were like, thought he failed at life. Because he started out doing like accounting and he hated it. And he was interested in video games. He used to go to the arcades. So he wanted to be, he wanted to get into gaming. That's where his passion was. As a kid, he was going to the video game arcades. So, but his parents were like, oh my god, why are you leaving accounting, which is like guaranteed money, for this? And he was a fucking intern. Doing the race is a good way to level up your character, so I'm just trying to do some of the miscellaneous races, you know what I mean? So, Final Fantasy, I know you're not, like, super familiar with Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy. Hopefully one of these days I can introduce you to the games. They're just all really long, so it's hard to find the time. Final Fantasy, Samantha, is called Final Fantasy because they had made a couple of other games, the company, and they had not done well financially, and they were running out of money. And if Final Fantasy didn't do well, they were all going to have to stop making games. So they didn't know what to name it. So he said, we'll call it Final Fantasy, because if this doesn't come out, this is the last fucking role-playing game any of us are going to make. So it was actually, the name that's now iconic came about because of how dire their fucking situation was. Their last several games didn't do well. They're like, this might be the last thing we ever make. We might have to quit this and just go back to our day jobs. And now Final Fantasy has sold over 250 million games across all the different many different Final Fantasies, okay? It's now like, even people who don't know games have heard of Final Fantasy. At least heard of Final Fantasy. They had to make their bones. You know what I'm saying? That's what they call it, get your bones. By releasing shit, and then these lazy fuckers, don't want to earn it the hard way by releasing good shit and hoping for the best, or what they hope is good shit. Quality writing, get their name out there. So instead, they hijack somebody else's property because they know people will pay attention to the name. And maybe, and they don't really care about the property. That's the thing. They don't really care about it. They're just using it as a vehicle for their own shit. And maybe Samantha, they could get away with it if it was actually good. Because ultimately, even if you come into something for bad reasons, if you make a good movie, people will still like it. Like, even if you came into Star Wars because you needed a career break, if you make a good Star Wars movie, ultimately people won't give a shit because they're like, well, maybe they didn't make it for the right reason, but it's good, so nobody cares. But how often do you see these fuckers come in and not care, and it actually turns out to be a good movie? Almost never. It sucks. Because when you have somebody who doesn't care about what they're doing, it almost never works out well. And usually sucks ass. Shit. It's just so, and sorry, I know I've talked to you about this before just the other day, but we were talking about Doctor Who, and it's indicative of the same problem. The people who are running Doctor Who now don't give one fucking shit about Doctor Who. And obviously you can tell the difference between, Russell Davies and Stephen Moffat, Samantha. Stephen Moffat, before he went crazy, whatever now, they were fans of Doctor Who growing up. They were huge fans, okay? So part of the reason why the revival of Doctor Who, because Doctor Who had been off the air for years, worked is because it was made by people that loved Doctor Who. That understood Doctor Who. It was important to them. If they had made it like this shit, then I don't think it ever would have got off the ground. And you can tell the difference between people who grew up loving Doctor who really give a shit, and fucking people like Chris Chibnall, who don't give a shit. And the writing quality drop. When people who don't give a shit take the reins. It winds up being fucking awful. Shit, yeah, I have to come back to this one. And it's just like, it's in such poor taste, Samantha, because it's somebody else's baby, man. These people put their fucking hearts and soul into this thing, you know? This to you is just a name. It's just a brand name for you to fucking dick ride. But for those people who made that, this was their hopes, their dreams. Yes, exactly. They weren't their way into the relationship. Yes. And dick ride their accomplishments. Yeah, it's narcissism. It's a very good point. Once again, babe, you make an amazing point. But, I mean, you always do. You're a smart cookie. That's why I love you so much. But, yes, it is indeed a form of fucking narcissism. They're not caring about the fans. They're not caring about the people that love this, the impact this has had on people's childhood, where, like, so many people grew up with Star Wars. It's so important to them. Staying in line for days to be there at the premiere of the new movie. You know, it's about me. My brand. I want them to see me. It's a form of fucking narcissism. It's all derived from the same source. A disregard for the work and the effort and the care that somebody else put in there. Very astute point. You smart cookie, baby. That's why I love you. But yeah, you know, and it's so fucking heartbreaking because it's happening so often now. Same sting, different pile of shit. I've never heard that expression. That's funny. You know, like, if it happened once or twice, okay. But, like, it is happening so often these days. To the point where anytime you hear about a new adaptation in a series you love, you're like, oh god, is this gonna be good or are they gonna fuck it? You know what I mean? Like, so, it's, like, happening so much. It'd be different if it was, like, once or twice every now and then. Like, it would be unfortunate, but okay. But, like, it's like, nowadays, anytime they're, like, making a new adaptation of something, it's like 50-50 chance they're gonna fuck it. It's like, roll the dice and hope that the people involved with this give a shit. You know what I mean? And as I talked to you about yesterday, baby, you know, it's even worse when it's an author that's fucking dead. That has long since died. You can't bemoan you fucking their work in the ass. And you're introducing a new generation of kids, of people to this, and showing them shit. So that's what people think of their work. You're like, it is like the literally equivalent of pissing on somebody's grave. You know, and it is narcissism because they come along and they said, well, your show is problematic. God, I hate that fucking word. It's been so overused. I wince every time somebody says that. It's problematic. We're gonna fix your thing. It didn't need to be fixed, man. And then, ironically, in the process of fixing it, you fucked it all up. Yes. Okay, I got boat nitrous. Alright, let me try redoing that race now with boat nitrous. Boat nitrous makes a difference, like it allows you to boost and go much faster, so I think that was part of the reason why I couldn't win the boats, because I didn't have the nitrous. So I'm hoping that I will, because I mean, I was going as fast as I can, like a straight line without any wrecks and stuff, but I still wasn't. Yeah, see, that made my boat dramatically faster. Yeah, I should be able to start getting 5 stars on a lot of the boat shit now. It was just finding a race that I could do well enough to get the gears to get to that, because you know what I mean? You need the gears to get the upgrades. But if you're not getting fast enough to get enough gears, you're kind of fucked. So I needed 3 gears to get the boat nitrous. So I'm like, I need to find a race that I can at least do that well. Okay, just making sure I didn't already get that boat. Hopefully now with the nitrous up. Yes, exactly. So the people that are actually trying to do it the right way are getting fucked. It's messed up. Yeah, see, the difference that nitrous makes is insane. I mean, it nearly doubled my speed in the boat. See? Oh, what? At the last, you motherfuckers. At the last second. I didn't get the fucking 4-star. I'll come back to that once I get a better boat. Oh well. Like, literally as I cross the finish line.
Nice to boat you.
But yeah, either way. Right? You know, and it just sucks. It's like taking all these things that I love and care about, you know, and fucking them. And that's why I have I have real hope, Samantha, for the, I have real hope, for the Harry Potter show, because it's being, directed, well, not directed, it's being produced and overseen by J.K. Rowling. So, you know, somebody who actually cares about Harry Potter because she fucking made it. Not some person that doesn't give one fucking shit about Harry Potter. Just wants to collect a paycheck. If it wasn't, you know, J.K. Rowling wasn't so heavily involved, then I would be a lot more worried than I am. Like, oh great, I really hope they don't fuck this up. Because, you know, if you fuck up Harry Potter, we have problems. Harry Potter is something that I deeply love and care about, and I would not be fucking happy if they took a dump on it. I mean, obviously you're not happy about anything, but it's something that's really important to me. And, you know, now the movies are getting old, like the first Harry Potter movie, Samantha, came out over 20 years ago. Actually, it's now 24 years ago, yeah, 2001. So, yes, exactly, that's what I mean. Like, I actually have hope this won't suck. And I hated how, like, I liked the movies. Like I said, they did a good job overall with the movies, but they cut out a lot, which part of it was necessary, but they just cut out a lot of stuff that I really loved. And them doing a show with a much bigger runtime allows them to get all that shit they had to cut.
Hostile contact. All units with these coordinates.
So, I mean, obviously we won't be able to tell until the final thing is here, but I actually have actual hope for this. I think there's actually a chance it might be really good. Obviously, we'll have to wait and, you know, see the whole thing. But, what I've seen looks very promising. So I actually have hope that this will be good. And they unveiled that it'll have 8 episodes. The first season of Harry Potter will have 8 episodes. Which, that in and of itself, I mean, it's not like the biggest show order, but that's still a massive improvement. Remember, the first Harry Potter movie is 2 hours, so let's say the episodes are just an hour long. That's still 6 more hours to fit all that story shit in there. So that gives them like 3 times as much story to work with to include that. Like, when Harry Potter started out, Samantha, they managed to include a lot of the stuff in there. I mean, obviously they had to get rid of some stuff to fit for time, but they still managed to fit a decent amount. But the problem is as you go, the Harry Potter books get exponentially longer. So, you know, Harry Potter, the first book, Sorcerer's Stone or Philosopher's Stone elsewhere, is like 200-300 pages. By the time you get to the Goblet of Fire, which is like the halfway point, it's 737 pages. It's more than double the length. And that's because the story, you know, the cast of characters got wider and wider, so it made sense. They needed to be longer. But so then, even though the books got longer and longer, the movies kept the same length. Let me see. Sorry, my anxiety is being a whore. Yeah, I'll probably go here. I haven't done any of the destruction here, so lots of stuff to do here.
Break a sweat.
Because the movies got long, or the books got longer and longer, but the movies had almost all of them had the same runtime. they started cutting out more and more and more. And really important stuff. You know Dobby, for example? I'll give you a huge example for me. You know Dobby? I love Dobby. He's a favorite character. Dobby is a huge focus of the Goblet of Fire book. He's one of the major characters and one of the major causes because not only is he working at Hogwarts now and Harry sees him a bunch, he gets a job as a cook. But Hermione feels like the house elves are being abused, like the elves in general are being abused. And she's running a whole campaign to give house elves better rights, like trying to do like house elf labor strike. And Ron is upset with her because she's taking all of her time and spending it talking about the house elves and not Ron. And Ron thinks their plight is fine. Well, especially in Hogwarts. Hogwarts doesn't abuse the half elves. So not only is Dobby in it, but house elves in general are a huge part. And Dobby is the one that finds the gillyweed to give to Harry for the underwater challenge, because most of the people, like, you're supposed to do the Triwizard Tournament in year 7, so all the people there are really good in alteration. They can, like, turn into a shark, like Victor Crumb did. But Harry, he got drafted early, so he doesn't have access to any of that really powerful magic. So he's like, what the fuck am I going to do underwater? And Dobby is like, oh, here, eat this, it will give you gills. And Dobby saves the day, okay? Dobby is not in the 4th movie at all. Literally at all. It's Neville Longbottom instead that gives him the gillyweed. And none of the house elf shit in there is there. None of it. So, like, The Goblet of Fire is my favorite Harry Potter book. And it is one of my favorite books of all time ever. So when I watch the movie and they cut out massive shit like that, I'm like, where the fuck is Dobby? And, you know, or another thing, okay, the Dursleys, they're not in the Goblet of Fire. Harry Potter wakes up, he deals with the Dursleys, and he talks about how, like, the situation has changed. The situation has changed because now he can threaten the Dursleys with Sirius Black. You know, because, like, Sirius Black was rescued in Prisoner of Azkaban. So, like, he's been threatening the Dursleys, and they've actually left him the fuck alone. And, like, he used the threat of Sirius Black to get them to sign the papers for him to go to Hogsmeade. Because in Prisoner of Azkaban, 3rd years are allowed to go into the town outside Hogwarts Hogsmeade, but your parents have to sign it, or your caretakers, and the Dursleys were fucking douchebags. So even though Harry was old enough to go into Hogsmeade, they wouldn't let him. So he was able to use that jokes about Sirius Black, because to him, he's just an escape murderer, to say, well, if you don't let me go, Sirius Black will get you. So Harry is getting, like, some small measure of fucking peace from the Dursleys. And corresponding with Sirius Black, and he finally has family that he's talking to, or, you know what I mean, enough. Friend of his mom and dad. And then he goes to the Weasleys, and he meets George's wife, his fiance, and there's, like, a whole marriage thing. Because the oldest Weasley, George, is with this chick called Fleur. And then, so they meet the Weasleys, and then they go to the Quidditch tournament. And they show you the tents that are much bigger on the inside than the outside. And Harry's never seen this. Oh my god, that's so cool. And he's spending time with their family. And he's allowed to be with them unsupervised. And you, like, learn about the extended Weasley family that you didn't see in the other ones because George works for the Ministry of Magic. So he wasn't around in the other ones. Like, he wasn't at the Dursleys' home because he's in his 20s. And then you see this awesome Quidditch game, like the actual official Quidditch, because thus far, all you've seen, Samantha, is the Hogwarts Quidditch was cool, but this is like the World Quidditch Championships. It's on another level. And then he goes to sleep, has the whole dream with, you know, the snake, where he starts to see through Voldemort's eyes, and his scarf is burning, and then he wakes up with him attacking the Quidditch tournament. So that's about the first 100 pages of the book, of the Goblet of Fire. The movie of the Goblet of Fire, Samantha, literally skips all of that and ends with him waking up in the middle of the night as they're attacking the Quidditch tournament. So literally, out of the fucking gate, within the first, 5 minutes of the movie, they have skipped literally the first 100 pages of the novel. The entire fucking introduction. No Dursleys, no Weasleys. So, when I watched the movie, I'm like, what the fuck? And, what they got there was accurate. Of course, the stuff that was included was accurate, for the most part. The dragon, the Hungarian horntail, it's called, all that. But I was, so pissed off about all the stuff they didn't include. The whole time I'm watching The Goblet of Fire, I'm like, where the fuck is Dobby? Where's my man Dobby? He doesn't pop up at all, you know what I mean? And then I saw Neville give him the gillyweed, and I'm like, oh, that's bullshit. It wasn't Neville, it was fucking Dobby. Dobby saved the day. And it was, really important character stuff, because as you saw, Dobby wasn't really in the Prisoner of Azkaban, but in the Chamber of Secrets, Dobby was under the Malfoys, and they treated him so badly, so now he's a free elf. And working at Hogwarts, he's got a job, he actually has, a cottage, he comes and checks on Harry, whereas before, Dobby was actually, trying to sabotage Harry. And obviously, he didn't mean to, but, he was forced to. So it's really cool to see, Dobby's doing all right for himself. He's got a job. He's actually seen Harry, and then he gets to help Harry out in a major way with the gillyweed when Harry was honestly kind of fucked. Because if he didn't have a solution of breathing underwater, he would still have to do it, and then he would die. With the Triwizard Tournament, you're consenting to die if you fail. So Harry's like, oh shit, I can't cast the magic everybody else is casting. I can't transform into a shark. What am I going to do? And Dobby fucking comes in clutch and saves the day. And as somebody who loves Dobby, as like you said, everybody loves Dobby, it was so cool to see his character growth. So I'm sitting there waiting the whole movie for fucking Dobby, and I'm like, where's Dobby? You fucked my boy, man, my house elf. And like I said, it doesn't even just affect Dobby because it affects Hermione. Her making this whole grassroots movement to help the house elves is a lot of her character in that book. So it fucks Hermione and Ron's story just by extension. Even without Dobby. And then alters the fucking story with Neville. And all, that's just to give you an example. All of the subsequent Harry Potter books, or movies, cut out a similar amount of content. Because all the books going forward were long. Order of the Phoenix is 800 pages. It's the longest Harry Potter novel. And the hardback is this fucking thick. The Half-Blood Prince is 650 pages. And then the Deathly Hallows is 750 pages. So, the first three Harry Potter movies were pretty accurate to the source material. They would cut out some stuff, but it made sense. But starting with the fourth, so the entire second half of the film series, they cut it out. Even Harry Potter, and the Deathly Hallows. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, it was split into two movies. They still left out a lot. To give you an example, so even with two full-length movies, even splitting it up into two, they still left out so much from the fucking books. Like I said, I am a diehard Harry Potter fan. I love Harry Potter. I have read the shit out of Harry Potter. My mom read it to me. Some of my earliest memories in my life is my mother reading to me The Sorcerer's Stone. It's one of the books that made me want to fucking read. I played Harry Potter games growing up. I was so fucking into Harry Potter. So, I was, I loved the movies. I watched the movies when they first came out. And, for a lot of this stuff, I'm so excited to see what they look like in the movie. And then, when they wasn't there, I was like, man, that's fucking lame. So, especially, like I said, when they had two movies with the last one, Deathly Hallows, and they still left out a bunch. It's like, well, shit. 2 parts wasn't even enough. So, and then I told you, like I said, they censored a lot of the darker parts of the books. and that became more of a problem as they went on, because Harry Potter novels, they got exponentially darker as Harry grew up, and that was meant to be the whole thing, because one, Harry is becoming an adult, and, you know, obviously he's losing his innocence. He starts out as fucking 11, and then obviously you go through puberty, you see the world is darker, more mature, and then Voldemort comes back, so when Harry Potter starts, they're kind of like in the middle of a tenuous piece, and then they get plunged into war, so it totally makes sense that the novels get darker once Voldemort's fucking back in the picture, because, you know, like, Voldemort keeps trying to come back in the first 3 books, and he fails, and then in the Goblet of Fire, it's like a mic drop, because Voldemort is back for real. It's not the same, we're in trouble. So it totally makes sense for the novels to get darker as they go, and that was literally the point, and it worked out well because most of the people who started reading Harry Potter were kids like Harry Potter, so as the stories came out and Harry grew up, they grew up with them, and it was just one of those things where it worked out perfectly, you know, where the kids who were reading Harry Potter were more adult, and Harry got more adult with them, but a lot of this, like the more hardcore stuff, was censored. And of course, even in the Sorcerer's Stone, like, Voldemort, you know, he's already creepy. He's already creepy, and, you know, Quirrell, in the first movie anyway, when he has that face on the back, a lot of kids were creeped out by that, I was. But in the book, he has, like, a whole other head on his back, and it looks like a snake, and it's like, ha! And it's scary. I'll send you a picture. They actually made the prop, and then they decided to censor it because they're like, well, kids can't take this, even though tons of kids read the book. So even from the beginning, they were already censoring, but as the novels got even more dark, they started censoring more and more and more and more. So not even talking about cutting stuff out for runtime, there was tons of stuff that they could have fit in, but they were afraid that, oh, if we get a too harsh rating, we won't be able to bring it into theaters. And as somebody who's a fan of that, I'm like, I wanted to see that shit. So, if they had tried to remake the movies, I would have been like, it's redundant. Why would you do that? But when I heard that they were doing an HBO show, I was really excited because if you're trying to redo the movies, you're just going to run into the same problem with the movies. You won't have enough runtime to get everything you need, and there's still have the asinine censorship in place. But if you do a show, an HBO show, you can do a season of television. You can do a season of television that gives you exponentially more time to fit all the stuff that was originally cut out. And because it's HBO, they don't care about censorship. HBO's always had edgy adult shows like The Sopranos, The Wire, Oz. They can include the stuff they didn't. And if they had done a movie, it would be like, we're just retreading the same shit. But with a show like this, they actually have something new to offer that the original movies didn't. Like a fresh reason to justify its existence besides money. So when I heard they were doing a Harry Potter reboot, I'm like, oh, really? But then I heard it was an HBO show, and I'm like, oh, shit. That actually might be good. Maybe we can see all the dark stuff that they censored. Maybe I can finally get to see my homeboy Dobby get his fucking story arc. So, like, I'm actually, like I said, like, obviously we won't know how good it is until we see it. But, like, I'm actually really excited for this show. And a lot of their casting is great. Fucking Nick Frost as Hagrid, that is amazing casting. The kids they picked to play Harry, they're unknowns, which, I mean, in all fairness, all the main cast were unknowns for Harry Potter as well when they were made off Harry Potter. They look great. The kid they picked for Harry Potter looks awesome. He really fits. They have John Lithgow as Dumbledore. That is a super great, like, you'd never think of it, but, like, he's played, like, all kinds of British actors before, like Winston Churchill. I'm like, man, now that I think about it, John Lithgow as Dumbledore, give him a beard, super awesome. He perfectly plays that, like, not a guy you want to fuck, but he has that kindness that Dumbledore has. And then, like, the other casting I've heard, I'm like, oh, wow, that's really cool. They haven't shown all the casting yet. Like, they haven't shown who's going to play Quirrell, Neville Longbottom, stuff like that, but all the casting they've shown so far, I'm like, wow, that's really cool. They're filming on set, like, they caught them filming a scene at the zoo, where the snake breaks out, in the actual London Zoo, so they're not just doing it on a soundstage, they're actually filming in the appropriate parts of London. I'm like, everything I've heard about this show has me fucking pumped. Like, I have a lot of hope for this. And the fact that J.K. Rowling is overseeing it gives me confidence because she likes Harry Potter. She made Harry Potter. She's not going to want them to fuck her shit, you know? So they actually have people involved who care about Harry Potter. Not just people who want to write its name, you know what I mean? J.K. Rowling's not going to let them piss all over shit, and she has control over this show. Like, she's not just like a consultant. She's the one who picked the casting. So, like, she has creative input. So, it's not like she's just a supervisor. Like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And I feel like with her there, she's not going to let them fuck her story. So I'm really excited for this. And that's what I mean, like, and you see, like, the difference? Where, like, somebody who's involved who cares about the property, circling back to this whole fucking thing that started, where, like, somebody who cares about Harry Potter, and I don't think they would have been nearly as spot on with the casting and shit if they just were trying to dick ride the Harry Potter name. They would have got whoever, and the casting would have sucked, and, like, this isn't Harry Potter. It's almost like when you get people involved that care about the thing, you make good things. And when you get people involved that don't give a flying fucking shit about it, it goes badly. And yet, you think it's completely self-evident. Like, how many times have you seen this thing where it's almost become a meme now, Samantha, where it's for modern audiences, where it's become like the kiss of death? Oh, shit, it's for modern audiences. That means it's gonna suck usually. Where it's become a meme. How many times have they done this, and they've ruined a property, the fans hate it, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? But they keep doing it. You'd think they would learn their lesson. And it's not like these movies, Samantha, are making money. Right? Like, they may be getting stabbed by critics. Most of these movies are financial flops, so it's like they're losing a lot of money on this shit. So at the very least, they would think, man, we're losing a lot of money. Maybe we should stop. If I was doing something and I was losing money, hemorrhaging cash left and right, I would be like, okay, maybe we need to change something. So, like, you know, like, I mean, you think that the corporate executives, maybe they're not familiar with writing and making the shit, but you think they'd at least say, man, our revenue's in the red. That at least would display them like, we're losing money. We need to do something with it. They keep doing it. So many times, it's like, how? You have lost, I would say at this point, they've probably lost billions of dollars with all the fucking adaptations they made that have sucked ass cumulatively over all of Hollywood. Probably billions of dollars, and it's like, but you keep doing it. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, when are you gonna learn your fucking lesson if nothing else? Even if you don't care, like, let's say you don't care about the fans, because obviously these corporate executives don't care about money. Then you'd say, man, our stock prices are really in the red because this movie we were counting on did really poorly. Maybe we should stop. But no, like, they just keep doing it. Like, you know, Disney, Samantha, all the other Disney live-action films came out in theaters. They would go to Disney Plus afterwards, but they came to theaters to begin with. They were meant, shit. They meant to bring, Snow White to theaters. And that movie, for all the bullshit, they spent $300 million on Snow White, and they didn't even bring it to theaters because it was hurting their reputation so bad that they just put it straight to streaming, and then it was a colossal flop. So we're talking about they lost $250 million on Snow White. And that was just this year. So it's like, they're still doing it, even recently. it's like, you're banging your head into the wall, and you think to yourself, man, if I keep banging, I'll get through. And, like, you keep hitting nails in the wall, your head is bloody, you've got a concussion, and it would be like looking to yourself, Samantha, and saying, you know what, I should keep banging my head on the wall. It's like, dude, stop! Well, if we just release enough bad movies, we'll get through eventually, and people will just accept it. No, they won't. You're going to keep failing, and it's like, if this was like a recent trend, Samantha, and I'd say, okay, well, they need time to learn their lesson. How many years now have they been doing this shit and wrecking these properties? Like, oh my god, by now you think it would have gotten through to them. If you do something from people that don't like the property, the fans will hate it, the fans will not watch it, and then it will fucking bomb. And you will lose money. You would think they would get the message by now, and the fact that they're still doing this shit, like I said, to the tune of billions of dollars, is just so baffling. It's like, are they okay in Disney? Do we need to call? Do we need to fucking check in on them? Holy shit! I think we need to do a wellness check with the corporate directors at Disney, man. They're not right. I worry about their well-being. Yes. Thank you. You get it. They always say that, all corporations care about is money. And I'm like, okay, then you'd think they'd care about the fact that they're pissing away billions of dollars, right? Apparently not. That's what I'm saying. At the very least, even if they didn't care about the property, Samantha, you'd think they would care about all the money they're losing. Man, something's not working here. The last 10 movies we've released really didn't do well. We're in the red. Nobody's getting the bonus. Maybe we need to reevaluate. Course correct. They're like, no, we need to double down. Fucking what? You know what I mean? What the fuck? It's crazy to me. And it's such a fucking it's such a thing, and it's it makes me upset, Samantha, because they almost hate the property. They hate the fans. They hate the fans. And they insult the fans. I was the fans are the people that wait in line for hours to see your shit. The fans are the ones who buy the deluxe version of your games. The fans are the ones who go to the early release for the fucking movie. That I feel that's just good business. You need to cater to your fans. Okay? Take cigarettes, just as an example. Do you think that when they market cigarettes, they're trying to market cigarettes to people that have sworn off tobacco? Or beer, that they're trying to market beer to teetotalers or teetotalers, however you say it, when you abstain. Shit. No, they're marketing people who drink. You know your audience. Hey, let's market guns to people that are pacifists. That would be that what they're doing. That's should be the most basic thing, to market to your audience. Know your demographic. So you think, okay, if we're making this movie, and this is the fan base, if we want to make a profit, we should cater to the fan base. Nope, let's piss them off. That'll work well. And then it doesn't work well, and they're like, oh, this time it'll work. If we tell them to go fuck themselves enough, then they'll say, thank you, sir. No, they'll just keep not watching. and keep saying fuck you. Fortunately. Exactly. It's like trying to sell Playboys in an Amish community. Anyone can tell you, you're barking up the wrong tree, man. But they just like keep on, man. I mean, their persistence would almost be admirable if it wasn't so fucking stupid. Well, yeah, but you're still not gonna make enough money off of Amish teen boys to justify your rent, you know what I mean? You need to sell a lot. That's what I mean. I'm sure some people will watch these train wreck movies. As bad as they are, I'm sure some people will like them. But you need a lot of people to watch your movie to make it profitable when it's cost you $200 million to make. You know what I mean? A couple people ain't gonna cut it. It's like, oh great, you got 5 horny teenage Amish boys to buy your magazine. Well, can you find 1 million more to make this magazine profitable? That's funny. That's funny. Oh, bare ankles? Fuck yeah. Yeah, you churn that butter, baby. Churn that butter. Oh, I'm so fucking wrecked. Oh, you know your fuck just gets me so ready. Fucking fuck tease. I'm sorry. Oh man, your fucking head buckle really gets me going, Jebediah. I don't want to fuck somebody unless they look like they starred in a colonial movie. You get me? Like, is it even lingerie if you can't wear it during the Salem witch trials? Yo, Frog got me all acting up. You got me acting amish. Jebediah's about to act up. You keep churning that butter, you're gonna find out today why Amish people have such big families. Because we don't pull out? Jebediah goes balls deep. You think Mortimer has heard of the pull-out method? Nah, you getting the cream filling. They don't have 15 kids because they don't like sex. You getting Jebediah's homemade cream butter, baby. Oh god, I'm gonna go to hell. You know when the shoe buckle comes off, you're gonna get it. You know, you just see him come in and start seductively taking off his head buckle. Oh, Jebediah! Do we have time for this? Can we afford it? Well, you can afford one more kid. 16 is a good number. It's like the same with Irish Catholic. It's like, why do you think they have so many kids? Because they don't pull out! Yeah, exactly. When the barn starts a knocking, don't come a rocking. I'm sorry, no, I'm sorry. When the barn starts a rocking, don't come a knocking. Jebediah getting down to business. He's churning that butter. Oh, man. I churn butter once or twice, living in an Amish paradise. Oh, God, man, I love Weird Al. Okay, now I'm gonna see if I can do this right. Where, like, I get this, this, like, giant sphere to, like, flow off, because it's fucking hilarious. And I do where I can hit the other tanks.
Rebel activity reported. Get to the following coordinates immediately.
See here? That's fucking awesome!
Ground support to your location.
Oh, like, what other game do you... Oh my god! Oh my god, it took it out! It took everything out! It took out the whole fucking settlement! Oh my god, that was amazing! I literally didn't have to shoot anything else! Like, that's what I'm saying. What other fucking game series, Samantha, can you play? That, where you do that shit, man. God, shit like that is why people love Just Cause so much. Fucking giant spinning orb of death. Oh my god. And it's not just the explosion, it's the chain reaction. That's what I love. It's like, you may explode one thing that will then rocket and hit something else and explode that, and before you know it, one explosion is 15.
This might be trouble, and I like trouble.
See, it rolls over there, which blows that up.
Engaging the target. All units converge on the following coordinates.
Not right now, baby. I'm so sorry. You know, normally I don't have a problem getting up there. I just feel guilty, you know? But it's like when my leg is hurting me real bad, the weight of her on my legs, not that she's fat or anything, but the weight of her on my legs hurts. You know what I mean? And I always feel really bad having to get her off, because it's like, not like I don't want to spend time with her. It's just when my leg's hurting, yeah.
This it's showtime.
Hostile contact. All units converge on these coordinates. ASAP. Understood. We are providing additional manpower at your location.
Best idea of that all day.
We've lost visual contact. All units, fan out and search.
I love you, Samantha. You always make me feel better. You know that? Hope you know that.
Resume normal duties. Target has escaped.
I know if I'm always having a bad day, that I can always count on you to make it better. Nothing else. And I love you dearly for that. There are times when I'm having a bad day and you're like the one person I feel like I can always turn to. Oh, I know, baby. I know, I don't hold you to blame for that. I know you got stuff to deal with. I'm just telling you how much I love you. Sometimes I still can't believe the luck that I had in finding you. I feel like I'm the luckiest man in the world, honestly. I'm like so unbelievably lucky to have somebody as beautiful, as kind, as smart, as awesome as you are in my life who loves me. You're the most beautiful, smart, charming, kind woman I've ever met. And the fact that you would love me so much is just sometimes it's hard to believe. Well, yeah. I'm just saying, like, I just thank my lucky stars that we're together, that I met you, you know? It's crazy how much, like, one thing can change your life. Just something as simple, Samantha, as me, something as simple as me, hitting you up on Facebook, you know what I mean? What if I decided never to do that? You know, like the things that can radically alter your life. It was like a long stretch of road. I was kind of curious to see how fast I could go.
Locate the rebel immediately. Do not let him escape. All units, we have reports of violence.
Ah, you bitch.
Target is at large. Re-establish visual contact immediately.
I started out today sleep deprived, exhausted, tired, dealing with bullshit, and it's like, You've just made me feel so much better by being the
Attention, all
awesome woman that
units.
you are.
Target escaped. Stay alert.
And I just wanted you to know how much I love you and how much you mean to me. And the difference that you make in my life. See, there's 2 more settlements here that are minor settlements. I'm trying to find them. Try to save the big settlement, of each area for last. Ah, there's one. Boom. Sweet.
All available units to these coordinates. Repeat. All units to these coordinates.
Oh shit, good to see you, Max.
Additional support incoming shortly.
I'm sure Sammy has asked about you repeatedly too. I'm sure she misses you. I'm doing okay. I've had a rough day today, fortunately. But I'll live. Dealt with a lot of bullshit today from a lot of people pissing me off. And so I'm just trying to play Just Cause 3 and blow shit up and relax with Sammy. Yeah, God.
Hostile contact. All units to these coordinates. Additional support has been approved. Reach your location shortly. Situation has escalated. Additional reinforcements en route. Attention, we are sending tanks to your location. Authorizing elite squad deployment at your location.
Okay, there's only... yeah, gotcha. Let's see...
Damn, that's hot.
What have you been up to, man? How are you, doing in the land down under? Oh, you've been playing Max Payne. I didn't see that coming. I never would have believed you if you hadn't told me that, Max.
We have reports of violence.
But yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Edge Runners.
Group support inbound. Hang in there,
Can you
girl.
believe? Do you believe that he's been playing Max Payne, Samantha? Who could have guessed?
All units on alert. Re-establish visual contact. All units, return to normal duties. The rebel got away.
Perfect parking space.
I'm still trying to decide what to do with my money. If I should save up and get Mafia, or if I should get a game on sale, or whatever else, you know, get some PC games. Like, yeah, I want Mafia. It is a new game coming out, but then I know that it won't take me that long to beat Mafia, and Mafia is not like, I like Mafia, don't get me wrong. It's not a type of game series that I can, like, replay a lot, you know, like, there are other game series that are shorter, Max, that, like Resident Evil, but that I know I will replay a lot. You know what I mean? Mafia, like, maybe I'll replay it every couple of years, maybe. So it's like, you know, there's big sales going on, or, you know, I could get games like that and get several games for the same price. Or, you know, I just got the laptop, get it, you know, they have all these games for sale for really cheap on the laptop. So just trying to weigh my option and decide what's the best course. It's not like I don't want Mafia. I think it looks good. But, you know, I'm going to play it, and it probably won't even take me that long to beat it, and then I'm done. Yeah. You know, and a game that I know for sure I'm going to get, Max, is the Metal Gear Solid remake, Delta. That comes out on the 28th. So it's not like, well, I can get Mafia now, and then I can save up for some of the games on sale, because they're having a bunch of summer sales. No, after Mafia, whether I get Mafia or not, all of my subsequent money is going to have to go to Metal Gear Solid, which is a game that I know I want.
Hey, what's the matter, guys?
So it's not like, well, I can then just get Mafia and then save up for games on sale later. No. For like the rest of the month, all of my money is going to have to go towards Metal Gear Solid Delta. A game that I don't want to miss its launch. So I won't be able to save up and get any games on sale for a while. You know what I mean?
Come in. Is anybody left out there?
I mean, yeah. I can't pre-order a dog. I don't, you know. I don't have the full money. It's going to take me most of the time till the game releases to save up for it, Max. Yeah, I guess. But then that's still, that deciding to do that is still passing on Mafia. You see what I mean? It's still a choice. No, it's not. It's not. Dude, I'm getting the deluxe version of Metal Gear Solid Delta. So that's $80. Like I said, it's a game that's really important to me.
Go hijack the car and get them to a safety.
So Mafia is $50 and Delta is $80. It's nearly double the price. The last time they came out with a Metal Gear game was in fucking 2015. It's been 10 years. I waited for a new Metal Gear game. And it's a remake of one of my favorite Metal Gear games.
All available units to these coordinates.
So if there was a game, dude, that I was gonna splurge and get the deluxe version, that would be one of the only ones I would. You know, most of the time, 9 times out of 10 max, I get a game. I don't get the deluxe or whatever, or fuck with that. But with Metal Gear Solid, it's really important to me.
Sending additional reinforcements to your location.
Last game I got the deluxe version for was, funnily enough, Death Stranding, which was also Hideo Kojima. But, you know, like, just about every other time I get a game, I just say, fuck it. I don't need all the bells and whistles, just get the standard game. And that's even if I decide to get it new. You know what I mean? Most of the time, I don't even get the games at launch. I'll wait till they're on sale. You know what I'm saying? Like you said. So it's rare for me to get a game at launch anyway. And when I do get a game at launch, I usually don't get extra. But it's fucking Metal Gear Solid. And if you know me, which I know you do, Metal Gear Solid is really important to me. Yeah, I mean, it probably hurts with all that happened with the situation. But Metal Gear Solid is really important to me. And Konami is looking at the success of this game, this remake, Max, to decide if it's worth making new Metal Gear games. So it's not just like, yeah, I want the remake to do well. It's, if this remake doesn't do well, we won't ever get any more Metal Gear games. They'll just say, fuck it, and it's already been 10 years. So if this does well, we might actually get new, you know? Kind of like how Silent Hill did well with Silent Hill 2 Remake, and look at that, now we're getting Silent Hill F. Whereas if Silent Hill 2 Remake did terribly, they probably would have canceled F. It just depends. That's what they said about, Silent Hill, you know what I mean? And then they did such a great job. So, I wouldn't rule it out, like I said. Ordinarily, I would have said yes, but, you know, they had a new team come in to do the Silent Hill 2 Remake, and it fucking kicked so much ass, so that gives me a lot more confidence just right there. But yeah, I admit it would be a daunting task. He's got a very unique style. Nothing quite like Hideo Kojima. You may like him, you may hate him. Death Stranding isn't for everybody, but you can't say Death Stranding is like any other fucking game. He's one of a kind. So yeah. But then again, so is Silent Hill. There's no other horror series that's quite like Silent Hill either. And they still managed to pull it off. So, and Silent Hill F looks fucking amazing. And that's entirely new. You can say, well, Silent Hill 2 is a remake. Silent Hill F is entirely new, and it looks fucking amazing. So, that alone gives me more confidence. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. It'll be a tall order. Yes, but you also have to understand that with Silent Hill 2 Remake, it's a reimagining. Dude, they totally recast the characters. They rewrote the entire script, keeping the same beats but changing all the dialogue. They doubled the size of the town. Quite a bit of the Silent Hill 2 Remake was not just remaking the same thing but better, but radically redesigning things. So quite a lot of new stuff is in the remake. You know, if it was just like they had the same game, and it was the same levels, the same that, but with the remake of Silent Hill 2, they had to come up with quite a bit of new stuff that was entirely new. And that new stuff was still good and fit seamlessly with the old. So there's a case to be made that they do not have the wherewithal to add new shit already, and we've seen that with the remake. Like, literally, in the remake of 2, they doubled the size of the town. You know, in the remake, it's split into east and west. It was all one map before. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's, they've heavily come down on Silent Hill F, and it's censored in Australia. Australia's really bitchy about censorship, Samantha. They're, like, really touchy. And they actually refuse to rate F because it's so graphic. They'll have to do, like, a heavily censored version to get it in Australia at all. It's bullshit. So Max won't even really able to play it the right way, and it's really shitty. So yeah, it's hard for him to get excited about a game that he can't even hardly play. And, like, it's an M-rated game anyway! Oh, it's still fully banned? Wow. That's crazy. I mean, it's 2025, and we're banning horror games from entire countries. Jesus Christ. It's an M-rated game anyway. Adults are gonna play it. Like, ugh, whatever. It's stupid. What are you gonna do? Right? That's so fucking lame. But yeah, but like I said, like with Silent Hill 2 remake, they doubled the size of the town, and all that stuff was new. Jesus Christ. GTA, not GTA, sorry, the Silent Hill 2 remake, all that stuff is new, and it fits in seamlessly with the old stuff. So there was quite a bit of them having to come up with shit. And making all their new stuff fit in with the old stuff is a daunting task, but that's what I'm saying, that Silent Hill 2 remake was so fucking great, they fucking nailed it. Then there's, like, redesigning the game to modern gameplay standards, so it wasn't, you know, like, behind the back, they had to redesign everything because Silent Hill 2 had fixed camera angles. So designing everything with a free roaming camera meant every single thing had to be redesigned, every area had to be reconceptualized, like, quite a bit of new stuff is in the remake, and it was fucking amazing. Even the original director of Silent Hill 2 approved, which is a tough bill. He's known for being finicky. So, like, they just knocked it out of the park. And that gives me hope for new Metal Gear games. If they could do such a great job with Silent Hill, maybe, possibly, they could do it with Metal Gear as well. I would have said it probably no, but after how good Silent Hill 2 Remake is, I have at least some hope that they will. Because nobody expected the Silent Hill 2 Remake to kick as much ass as it did. It kind of took the world by storm. Like I said, it was fucking awesome. Just trying to find settlements and clear them off to clear up the map. They don't tell you where they are, so you kind of got to look for them in a lot of cases. So, and like I said, and now Silent Hill F, obviously, we won't know how good it is till it releases. There's always a chance it could suck. But everything I've seen gameplay footage, I've seen, like, looks into the story and all that, it looks really good. Like, I was surprised by how good Silent Hill F looks. And that's entirely new. There's no, you know what I mean? So, that further instills my confidence. And, like, they're doing a radically different setting. It's not even like, well, they're doing a new Silent Hill, but they're still kind of sticking to the format. No, like, they're going to fucking 60s Japan. So they're doing, like, a retro Silent Hill game and doing, like, the furthest thing. Because, like, they're going from anywhere America in modern times to 60s Japan. Like, that is, like, the most radical fucking switch. So the fact that it's not only new, but it's, like, so different, but it still looks amazing, gives me confidence that Konami might be able to pull off a brand new good Metal Gear. Especially because with Silent Hill, they actually, like, consulted with the original people. Maybe if they gave an olive branch to Kojima, he might consult on any new Metal Gear they made and help work with them. Even if he's not directing it, he can still give input and stuff like that. That's what they did with Silent Hill. They actually, the original directors didn't direct it, but they worked with them to get their input and their blessing, and you could tell. So, even if he wasn't directing, maybe he could give input and supervise it and give them tips, and that could be very helpful for any kind of new game. So, or, you know, at the very least, let's say, okay, they don't remake, I'm sorry, they don't do new Metal Gears. They can still remake the vast majority of the series. Like, if the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake does well, there's rumors that they're waiting for that to do well to greenlight a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake. And Metal Gear Solid 1 could really do with a remake. Like, obviously Delta, 3 could do as well, and it is a noticeable improvement. But fucking Metal Gear Solid 1 is 1998, fucking PS1. The gameplay in that, I love that game, and I'll always love it, but it feels really dated now. It was like, Metal Gear Solid 1 was literally one of the first 3D stealth games ever. It wasn't the first, but it was one of the first. So, like, when they did Metal Gear Solid, they were still fucking figuring out how to make stealth games in 3D.
Engaging the target. All units
So it was pioneering at the time, but now it feels really old. So, like, keep a remake of Metal Gear Solid 1, keeping the story the same, but completely modernizing the gameplay will be fucking amazing. And if this remake for 3 doesn't do well, it won't happen. So, like, I really want this remake of Delta to do well and supporting them, So I'm going all out and getting, I intend to get the Deluxe Uber Happy Mega Funtime Edition. Sweet. And it also, when you, you get 2 days early access. So, spending an extra $10, you get 2 days early access to help with my stream. It actually really did with Death Stranding. Like, it made a difference. Actually, I had a lot more views from that because I was one of the first people streaming it, other than, like, professional viewers. So, and you actually get a lot of cool stuff. They actually made, like, a costume pack and weapon pack, Max, that includes weapons from other Metal Gear games, like Peace Walker, that weren't originally in Metal Gear Solid 3. That's really cool. So, like, you can actually use weapons that weren't even in Metal Gear Solid 3 from another Metal Gear game. I think that's fucking sick. And you can wear his Peace Walker outfit, and it actually changes his character model to look like Peace Walker. That's super cool to me. And honestly, I would pay $10 probably just for that, as a huge fan of the series. So 2 days early access is just the icing on the cake. Like, I think that is, like, a really cool thing. That's, like, a deluxe upgrade that I would actually be interested in doing. Like, entire tools and weapons that weren't originally in the game. As part of the deluxe that includes stuff from other Metal Gear games. And like I said, it's more than just like a costume pack, I mean, that would be cool, but it's like entire weapons and shit that weren't in the game.
All units converge.
So, like, entire new tools and stuff to play with that wasn't originally there. I think that's sick. They actually showed, like, a gameplay footage of him using weapons from Peace Walker in Metal Gear Solid 3. And obviously it's optional. If you're a purist, you don't have to. But I think that's really cool. And it's not just Peace Walker, it's other games. So it's like, let's include a bunch of weapons from other classic Metal Gear games that were never originally in the game to give you new tools to play with. That's dope. And then with the 2 days early access, and the costumes, and I think you get the soundtrack, I think it justifies the $10 price thing, for me anyway. And it's one of the better, like, deluxe editions I've seen. Where normally it's just like one skin that nobody cares about. Like, it actually looks really cool, the stuff they're offering. And it doesn't feel like you're being nickeled and dimed, because the stuff that they're adding with the deluxe pack wasn't ever originally in the game anyway. So it's not like they're taking a piece of it out and saying, well, if we will give you stuff that was originally in the game if you pay extra. You're paying extra for stuff that was never in the game to begin with. You know what I mean? So it doesn't feel like they're chipping you all of the stuff that was originally in the game is being remade and upgraded, but this is a new stuff that never was. So I think it actually feels like a valid way to do that instead of like cutting it out and saying, well, you want this classic outfit? You have to pay extra.
Reinforcements have been sent to your position.
So for me,
Authorizing a tactical response.
as somebody who, like, Metal Gear Solid is literally one of my favorite game series of all time, it's worth the extra $10 for me.
All units, find the rebels. Pursue aggressively.
Fucking snipers. And I told Samantha, you know, I said Just Cause. I love Just Cause. It's not deep. It's not like some captivating experience that'll make you think about things. That'll warm your heart with the story. But I said sometimes it's just really fun to just blow shit up creatively, and it doesn't claim to be anything other than that. You know what I mean? It doesn't say, "Oh, we're super deep." Like, I appreciate the honesty. So they're like, "Hey, do you like blowing shit up? Do we have the game for you?" There's no pretension. Like, this is what it is. Like, you like to blow shit up? Come blow shit up. Yeah, that's really cool. This over here, Samantha, is like a big oil tanker that I'm gonna get, and it's really cool. They're like unique structures, and it's awesome. It's like blowing up an oil rig. It's fucking amazing. And I told, you know, Samantha, it's not deep. It can get kind of repetitive. But man, sometimes it's just really cathartic to come in and blow a bunch of shit up like an 80s action movie hero. And why I will always love Just Cause. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And, you know, even when you're not blowing stuff up, the actual wingsuiting is, like she said, zen.
Reports of hostiles in the area. All units respond.
It's fun sometimes to just play a game that doesn't take itself super seriously, you know?
This is HQ. We have additional forces converging on your position.
And I feel like this kind of genre of games has kind of become like a dying art, where it's not like prevalent anymore. Like, it used to be when I was a kid, when you were younger, that we had all kinds of games like this that were all about going around, maybe not just blowing stuff up like this. They were just about driving around and going crazy. You know, Saints Row, GTA, they're like the sandbox genre, I guess you could say, where it's just about, yes, I agree. It's just about going crazy, driving around, having a good time, hopping over hills, you know, like the open world sandbox genre. And it's like a dying thing because there used to be so many of them, and like they hardly come out anymore, you know?
Hostile contact. All units converge on these coordinates. ASAP.
I can't think of the last time we had like a big, crazy, over-the-top sandbox game like this. See? That right there is why I'm gonna marry you, Samantha. That right there. When you say that, I want to fucking ravish right here and there. Like, God, I love you so much. Me and Max both fucking love Saints Row. And me and Max will literally have played like all of the games in the series. It's one of the game series that Max loves besides Max Payne. So like the fact that you like Saints Row and enjoy playing it is super awesome.
Military forces at your location. Neutralize.
I've never dated anyone that's ever played Saints Row, so that's amazing. Oh shit, I actually want to show you the new Saints Row, Sammy. They came out with a Saints Row reboot a few years ago, and it got a lot of shit. People hated it, but I actually really love it, and I think you would like it too. And I feel like the game is criminally underrated, and so does Max. Like, it's one of the few reboots that I actually thought was good, and I think you would like it. Yeah. Every so often, Max will talk about a game that's not Max Payne. You know, it's about as often as an Eclipse. But it does happen. But no, he loves Volition. If you see Sammy, his name is Painful Volition. The name of the developer that makes Saints Row and a bunch of other games was Volition. So, like, even in his name right there, it's Max Payne and Volition. Volition also did the Red Faction games. I don't know if you've ever seen Red Faction, Sammy, or played Red Faction. I love Red Faction. Max loves Red Faction. And they did an RPG series that I really loved with Summoner. Well, Summoner 2. Volition did a lot of great games that we both liked. And they went out of business, sadly, a few years back. And the Saints Row reboot was like the last game they did. And a lot of people hated on it, but me and Max both loved it. It's just Saints Row, but up to modern standards. And you have a wingsuit in it. Actually, funnily enough, like, you still drive cars and all that, but you can wingsuit. And it's fucking awesome. Yes, they did, exactly. They did an actually good Punisher game. And it wasn't based off of a movie. And it was hilariously over the top and raunchy, and really made you feel like Punisher torturing dudes. Like, Volition did a lot of really good games. And I was really upset when they went out of business. So, you know, now that you said you like Saints Row, sometime, Sammy, maybe even today if you wanted, I could introduce you to the new Saints Row if you were interested in seeing that. And judge for yourself if you like it. Because I own the newest one. And I don't think you've seen that one, so it'd be kind of fresh experience for you. Yeah. I love Alter Echo. Well, you know that, Max. And I really like the setting of the new Saints Row. I think it has my favorite setting out of any Saints Row, actually. The first two Saints Row games, Sammy, were in Stillwater, which is based off of, like, Chicago, Illinois, Detroit, stuff like that. And Saints Row 3 and 4 were based off of Steelport. It's based off of New York, which I kind of thought was overdone. I'm kind of tired of New York, if I'm honest with you. I feel like it's been done to fucking death, this setting. Especially when it's always just the same city and it just ignores the fucking state. But, Saints Row reboot is, takes place, it's called Santo Ilso. And it's based off of, like, Texas, Vegas, New Mexico, Arizona, like the Badlands. And I think it's actually a very unique setting in a type of environment you don't normally see. Like I said, like, they have a strip based off of Vegas, and then, like, the actual countryside is kind of like a Texan desert, and they have stuff like inspired by Utah. So I think it's a very fresh setting that you don't see very often in games, and that is another reason why I like it so much. Because in a game like where you're getting constantly New York, it felt like a breath of fresh air. In a very unique setting. Even among the series. You know what I mean? Even in the Saints Row series, it's the only one that had a setting like that. So it really stands out, and I really like the setting. Yeah, now, like I said, it wouldn't be so bad, Samantha, if they fucking, focus on the state of New York, you know? Or maybe just even the whole city of New York. When they do New York, they always do just the city of New York, forgetting it's a state. And then, they don't even do the whole fucking city, Samantha. They do, Manhattan. And there's like 500 boroughs! So it's like, it's this massive state with plenty of cities, a countryside, like Sleepy Hollow's in New York State. Mount Vernon, is in New York. Like, New York has so many interesting places, and they always ignore it to focus on, like, this one district. You know what I mean? Like, so many cool places are in New York State, and they just are ignored, for the same fucking district over and over and over again. So, like, I would like New York settings and games more, man. If they fucking,
Respond immediately.
we're just doing the same borough, you know? For example, Assassin's Creed 3, Samantha, is one of my favorite Assassin's Creed. You know I love Assassin's Creed. It takes place in colonial America during the American Revolution, the Revolutionary War. And it has, one of the cities is New York, but it stands out because, one, obviously colonial New York is completely fucking different from modern New York, and it includes a big chunk of the New York State countryside. So, even though, like, at the time that they did Assassin's Creed 3, that was done to death, it didn't feel done to death because it was a different time period and a different part of New York than we've seen today. So they managed to make it feel fresh, and I actually really like New York. Yeah. I actually really like New York and Assassin's Creed 3. So they actually did a fresh take, and oh my god, I wasn't sick of it. It was a unique take. Maybe if everybody didn't do the same fucking borough in the same time period, people wouldn't be sick of New York. So I thought it was really refreshing to get a Saints Row, like I said, that has elements of Utah, Arizona, the New Mexico Badlands, Texas, parts of the Vegas Strip. It was a bunch of settings that you don't normally see in a game. So it actually, to me, just right off the bat, was a breath of fresh air. And it sticks really true to the established Saints Row. Drive around, do criminal shit, blow stuff up, operate the Saints, the 3rd Street Saints, but with modern gameplay. And with the wingsuit, which is really cool. So, you'll drive a car and then you jump out, wingsuit. And that's not something they ever had in the other Saints Row games. So, I really like the new Saints Row. A lot of critics hated it. Some people think it's like one of the worst games ever made. But you know me, I don't care what the popular opinion is. I love it, and Max does too. So, and I honestly think you'll like it as well. I think most people who hated on the game didn't give it a chance. And almost everyone I've talked to didn't even play it. They just saw a look at it. They thought it was Zoomer humor, and they wrote it off. When, there's some Zoomer humor in it, but there's lots of classic Saints Row humor in it too, and it's almost like a tongue-in-cheek jab at millennials. You know what I mean? So, they saw the gameplay, and people thought, it was one thing, it would be a shitty modern millennial thing, and if you actually play the game, it's actually more making fun of that. Tongue-in-cheek making fun of millennials and shit. So I feel like a lot of people didn't even give the reboot a chance. and they actually probably would have liked it. So it feels like they kind of unfairly wrote it off, and so the reboot didn't do well financially, and they shut down the studio. And I was really upset about that, because Volition has been around for like 30 years. Like, they were literally around since the 90s, Samantha. Saints Row is what they're most known for now, but they've been doing games for a long fucking time. And after the game didn't sell well, they closed the studio down, and I was really upset about that. Because I'm a fan of their games, not just Saints Row, but a lot of their games. I really like them. Yeah, like I said, I like it, you know?
This is HQ. Additional support incoming shortly.
And it was bad enough that, like, it basically killed Saints Row, because they hadn't done a Saints Row game in several years, Samantha, and then the reboot they put a lot of money into didn't do well, so it already basically guaranteed that there would be no more Saints Row, or no more Saints Row in the immediate future. But then, it's like, okay, not only are you not going to get any more Saints Row, but, well, you're not going to get any games from Volition. And it just really fucking sucked. Because they were a studio I really liked, that had been around pretty much my whole life, and I was really sad to see them closing. It's a damn shame. Especially, like I said, nobody likes a studio of theirs to go under, you know? Yeah, exactly. Even if it's in development, it won't be the same team. It'll be a different team. And that's just not right. Volition, Saints Row is their baby. Somebody else shouldn't be touching it. They always make every single fucking Saints Row game. You know, so even if we do get a Saints Row 2, it won't be the same because it's not them. I don't want to play just a Saints Row game. I want to play a fucking Saints Row game made by Volition. That will never happen ever again. It's heartbreaking, really. I grew up playing their games. They did Red Faction, Samantha. And I think you would like Red Faction as well, because it was a first-person shooter on PS2, and it was one of the first games to have destruction in it, where you could destroy parts of the map. And, like, now you see it in a bunch of games. This was 2001, Sammy. At the time, it was one of the first games ever to have destruction in it. In 2001, it was fucking insane. You know what I mean? Like, revolutionary. And besides just the destruction, it's a really good game. It takes place on Mars in the future. In the future, like 100, 200, 300 years from now, people live on Mars. And the people who run Mars have turned it into like a slave planet. They work the people of Mars to death to take care of all the needs of people on Earth. And you are part of an uprising on Mars. That's what the Red Faction is. People who live on Mars who are tired of the bullshit. And it's like a first-person shooter, and just aside from the destruction, it's just a really good first-person shooter. With cool weapons, flamethrowers, shotguns, and it came out when I was a little kid. And I played it, and I loved it. Still one of my favorite shooters. I'll show it to you one of these days. And it was like a whole Red Faction series. They did a RPG fantasy series called Summoner. I love. Summoner 2, Sammy, is a fucking incredible fantasy series. It's dark, gothic, Celtic, and I love it because it was incredibly fresh for the time. Yeah. That's funny. It's Summoner 2, is fucking awesome. It is fantasy, right? And at the time, Volition had never done fantasy. Like I said, they were known for doing first-person shooters, Red Faction. This was their first take at doing a fantasy series. But it has elements from pagan mythology, Wiccan, Arabic, Middle Eastern mythology. It is such a clever take to this day. Even though Summoner 2 came out like 22 years ago, it's one of the freshest fantasy stories you'll ever play. It's really, really fucking good. And I actually wish they did more fantasy games, because they only did the 2 summoners, but the ones they did were fucking awesome. And I wish they would have done more, but either way. So, I grew up playing their games. Long before, they did even Saints Row. I grew up playing their games and loving their games. So, like, the company meant a lot to me. Like, I grew up playing their games, and when they did Saints Row, I was like, oh, that's cool. And they actually, Samantha, they even tie in to Red Faction in Saints Row. Like, they're in the same universe, and they actually reference it. And, as somebody who loved Red Faction, when they actually started showing, stuff from Red Faction in Saints Row, I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way. Sammy, do you know Alter? In Saints Row, there's a big conglomerate corporation called Alter. That corporation is from Red Faction. So, Saints Row is actually a prequel to Red Faction, because Red Faction is way in the future, so you're seeing, in Saints Row, without knowing it, the start of the fucking company that would grow to be the conglomerate in fucking Red Faction. And, you know, if you didn't play Red Faction, you would know that, and most people didn't know it, but as somebody who played Red Faction, as soon as I saw Alter, I'm like, no fucking way! Like, they're in the same universe, so, like, for me, I was like, that is sick! You know what I mean? And it's an official canon. It's not like a reference. You know what I mean? They've made both series. So, like, Saints Row unexpectedly became, like, the official fucking prequel to Red Faction. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so cool! And so, like, people like me who played Red Faction are like, oh, no, wait! You know? Whereas if you didn't play Red Faction, it's just, oh, it's another big corporate tech company. Yes, exactly. See, that's awesome. Shondi from Saints Row. So, like, they almost kind of, like, had, like, a connected, Volition universe, Sammy. Like, Agents of Mayhem, Max mentioned that. That's a Volition game. Yes. That's a Volition game. Agents of Mayhem is, like, their take on, like, G.I. Joe. You know how, like, G.I. Joe has, like, all this cast of heroes with G.I. Joe and then Cobra? That was, like, their take on that. Mayhem is the name of the organization, and it was, like, their take on, like, their spoof, their parody of G.I. Joe. So, Agents of Mayhem can be repetitive, but it's still funny. It's a lot of fun. And it's tongue-in-cheek, like, making fun of those, you know, classic 80s cartoons. And you know Johnny Gat? Well, I mean, if you like Saints Row, you know Johnny Gat? You can play fucking Johnny Gat in Agents of Mayhem. So, Red Faction, Saints Row, Agents of Mayhem, they all connected. It was almost like they had a little fucking Volition shared universe. Long before the MCU. And as, like, fans of those games, I always thought that super sick seeing all the different references in their games. So when the Saints Row reboot flopped, like, really badly, and then they went under, it really upset me. It was like a piece of my childhood dying. I grew up playing their games so much. I have so many memories of playing fucking Red Faction on the PS2. Of my dad playing Summoner 2. My dad loved Summoner 2. That was one of his favorite games. So I have so many memories of my dad coming home from work and loading up Summoner 2 and me watching him play that. Because it was like a complicated game when I was like a little kid. It was a bit out of my league. But I still would love to watch my dad play it. It's a hard game, so it wasn't for kids. But so, like, it was like a piece of my childhood. You know, I was 10, Samantha, when Saints Row came out. And it was a very, very, very early 360 game. It came out with, like, in the first 6 months of the Xbox 360. So Saints Row was, like, the first GTA game on that generation of consoles. At the time, it was new. You know what I mean? So, at the time, Saints Row... Hey, Daddy, would you like to play like a GTA game with way prettier graphics? And at the time, Rockstar had not done GTA 4 on their generation. You know, like they would make their own GTA game on that generation of consoles. But at the time, there was no like GTA game on 360 on that next generation of consoles. Yeah, exactly. And it came out really, really early in the 360's lifespan. Like, I mean, like, I think like within the first 3 or 4 months. Like, I don't know the exact date, but the Xbox 360 came out in November of 2005, and this was like early 2006. So for a lot of people, Saints Row was one of the first 360 games they ever played, and was their introduction to 360. And it was one of the games that my dad wanted to get a 364. It was Saints Row and Oblivion. Because my dad loved Volition. Like I said, he played a bunch of their games. He loved Red Faction, he loved Summoner. And it's like, oh, Volition's doing a GTA game? A GTA-like game? Their own take on GTA? Fuck yeah. So those were the ones he wanted. And so I played countless hours of Saints Row with my dad. I was 10. Me and my dad would play co-op and would fuck off with each other. I would sit there and watch him do it. We would share tips on weapons. My dad found exploits to get infinite money before they were, like, widely known. My dad was one of the first people to find the fucking, van money glitch in Saints Row, where you could, like, blow up vans and duplicate them in the garage to get endless money. Like, my dad was one of the first people to do that. Before, like, you couldn't even find it. Like, he was like, oh, shit. Back when that was news. And so, like, yeah. Well, yeah, I understand. Better late than never, you know? But yeah, it's still great. Like, Saints Row is so great. The music, the humor, the boss, Johnny Gat, like, I loved it so much, and it was, like, an important game. It was an important game for my childhood, and when Saints Row 2 came out, it was a big deal. Like, my family loved Saints Row. I did, my sister did, my dad did, my mom loved watching my dad play Saints Row. So as soon as they announced the sequel, I'm like, oh, fuck yeah. And my dad actually, we would go to this Blockbuster. This was when Blockbuster was still around. And we would go to this Blockbuster. And we were friends with people who worked there because we would come in all the time. My dad had a thing where, like, you get 2 games and 2 movies, DVDs. And you would pay a monthly fee and you could swap them out at any time. And we lived very close to Blockbuster. So all the time, my dad and me would go to Blockbuster and get, like, a new movie for us to watch before streaming took off, you know what I mean? Or a new game, and I would walk with my dad to Blockbuster, because it was like, here's our apartment complex, then you go down out of the complex, go down the road a little ways, and here's Blockbuster. Maybe like a quarter of a mile. So it was like, we would walk there all the time, and sometimes as I got older, my dad would send me over there to like walk and switch out a game, and we knew all the employees by name. They were super cool. And because that, my dad had, like, special connections, so, like, when they would have a game come out that was hotly anticipated, it used to be, like, first come, first served. If you didn't get there, you're shit out of luck. But my dad got into the people, and we were, like, one of their best customers. So, like, with Saints Row 2, they held a copy for us to make sure that my dad did it first, because we were so good to them. And it was so cool to not have to fight, or, oh my god, are they going to have a copy of Saints Row? Because once you would get a game with the membership pass they did, you could keep it as long as you wanted, but it's, you know, you had to get it first, as long as you kept paying your membership. So, like, we're like, oh god, you know, we need to be able to try, Saints Row 2, it's at Blockbuster, and it was, like, so cool that they held a copy so we didn't have to do it. So we, you know, me and my dad were, like, so excited for Saints Row, and I walked up there with him, and we got it together, and I remember playing, my dad playing it, you know, and it's just so cool. Yes, exactly, that's what I mean, so cool. And I have so many good memories of going to Blockbuster with my dad, going to that Blockbuster, and they knew me. It wasn't just my dad. They would be like, oh hey, it's Kierman. And they were always so friendly to me, and I mean, they didn't have to be. You know what I mean? I'm just a kid, I'm like, the kid following my dad in. And there was a guy there named Josh, and he was the coolest dude. He was always friendly to me, and he was the one who told my dad about the Punisher game. Because my dad loved Volition, but the Punisher game kind of slipped under his radar, And he was like, dude, you gotta play this Punisher game. Volition made it. They're the same guys who made, Saints Row. And, like, you kill this guy and you're, like, torturing him with the thing. Like, Punisher, he's like, it's super awesome. And that's how I heard about the Punisher game, was from Josh and from Blockbuster. So, like, Saints Row, Red Faction, Volition, they were, like, such a part of my memories in my childhood, you know? So it's like, when Volition shut down, it was like hearing that a childhood idol of mine had fucking died. It hurt. And I'm still upset about it because they were such a good studio and they had been around for ages, for 30 years. You know, and obviously I was upset when the Saints Row reboot flopped. Because I liked it. I thought it was a good game. But I thought, okay, even if we won't get more Saints Row games for a while, at least, it's not the end for Volition. And then a few months later, oh no, Volition's shutting down. So just the entire studio's going under. I'm like, well, shit. And so I really enjoyed the Saints Row reboot, like I told you. And playing it was bittersweet because I'm like, man, I really like this. But this is the last thing they're ever going to do. So I'm like, man, I like this a lot. But it was bittersweet because it's like, this is it. This is the end of this studio that has been a part of my childhood since I was 5. I was fucking 5 when Red Faction came out. So, like, almost as long as I can remember, I have loved Volition and their games. It sucked. But at least I think they went out on a really good game. I really like the reboot. I think you'll like it. And so I'm sorry to go on a tangent or a rant. But when you said you love Saints Row, I was like, oh, that's fucking cool. And I was trying to explain to you how much I love Saints Row and what it meant to me. And obviously it means a lot to you too, because you talk about playing it with your son. So you have, like, in the same way that I have all these great memories of playing Saints Row with my dad, your son has memories of playing Saints Row with you, and that's just fucking awesome. And, like, what a cool mom you are. Like, how many kids can say, yeah, my mom played Saints Row with me. Fuck you. Like, that is, like, serious bragging rights as a kid. That, like, you are the cool, hot, gothic mom on the block. Like, that is so cool. So many, like, their moms who would never play a game with them, and if they did, it'd be like some game that, wasn't hardcore. So, like, the fact that you sat there with your son and played Saints Row, that is just fucking awesome. And he is gonna have stories to tell his friends. Yeah, my mom played fucking Saints Row with me. Top that, bitch! So that is so cool, and it's like, I kind of, we kind of relate, because, like I said, I have memories of playing with my dad, and you have memories of playing with your son. And it's just one more way that me and you kind of bond together and jive together, and it's super cool. And that's why, like, when you said that you like Saints Row, I'm like, yeah! Like, I was so excited. Well, he can deal with it. He's just lucky that you played it with him at all. You know how much I would have killed my mom to play Saints Row with me? Like, my mom used to be a hardcore gamer. And I have a lot of good memories of playing games with her. Maximo was her game. And that's where I got my love of Maximo, where it's one of my favorite game series. And I played it with her. But she, for some reason or another, just kind of fell out of gaming. She still loved gaming, like she'd watch my dad play, but she stopped playing it. I would have killed Samantha to play Saints Row with my mom. And I wasn't going to badger her with it. Because I understood, she deals, like I told you, my mom deals a lot. But I missed her playing games and cheering with her. So just to, like, I would have been, if I got to play Saints Row with my mom, I'd be like, yeah, fucking awesome. So, he might be a little bit fussy now, but when he's a man, and he's looking back, Samantha, that's what he's gonna remember. He's gonna be sitting there, he's gonna be my age, he's gonna be 30 fucking years old, and he's gonna have a memory, and he's gonna remember his mom sitting there playing, Saints Row with him. He's not gonna remember, oh, she didn't play it the way I wanted me to play it. It's just gonna be my mom fucking played it with me. And that'll be a memory that will be a part of him. That's what I'm saying. When it comes to your kids, when it comes to your family, sometimes it's the little things that leave an impact. And I'm telling you, when he looks back on that, he's just gonna see, man, my mom was fucking awesome and she played with me. Because when you're a kid, you don't really appreciate what you have. You can't. You don't have a thing of reference. But he's going to look back when he's a man, and he's going to see all the moms that don't play Saints Row, or even moms nowadays don't really get into that, or play with their kids. And you think, man, I was lucky that my mom played that with me, that she loved me so much. And it's going to be a memory that's near and dear to his heart, I'm telling you. I wouldn't trade the memories of playing Saints Row with my dad for anything. You know, I remember in the first Saints Row, Samantha, the Saint, the boss, doesn't talk. Hardly. So he goes the vast majority of the game without playing. And I was there with my dad when he completed one of the main mission lines, and the boss talks for the first time. And so you think the whole game is going to be silent. And, you know, he's sitting there in the elevator with Johnny Gat, and he's like, he's talking about, Johnny Gat's talking about fucking a chick, and he's like, I wouldn't fuck her with your dick. And even Johnny Gat looks at me, he's like, you talk? And it was like such a big surprise. You know what I mean? And I remember being there with my dad, and me and my dad were like, no fucking way, he actually talks? Because we hadn't, like, seen that spoiler, like, no way! You know what I mean? Oh, that's funny. But see, that's what I'm saying. When he gets older, Samantha, he's not going to remember that. He's just going to remember the time that his mom loved him and spent time with him. I'm telling you. It'll be a memory that he carries with him his life. I was like 5 years old. And,
Neutralize the target ASAP.
I can't even remember why, but we went to a hotel, Samantha, in Missouri. And,
Squad inbound.
we were staying in a hotel for a couple of days. Like I said, I was like 5, 6, somewhere around there, so I don't remember the exact reason. But I remember it was a nice hotel, and my mom was seeing her friend. Like, she had a mutual guy friend, and he was cool with my dad, too. He was like a friend of my family. And while we were staying there, my mom played Maximo, because we brought the PS2 with us to give us something to do, my mom and us kids. And my mom played Maximo. Maximo was her game. It's like this dark gothic platformer. I think you would like Maximo. Maybe one of these days I will see about playing with you, because it's on PS2 and I have it. But it was a PS2 platformer, and it's like dark, Gotham, and menacing. Like, imagine, like, you know, like Crash Bandicoot, but if it was undead, ghouls, ghosts, and it was a modern successor of Ghosts and Goblins. If you ever heard of Ghosts and Goblins, it was literally designed to be the 3D successor to that series. So my mom, she fucking loved Maximo. That was the thing. My mom, she wouldn't get invested in games all the time. But with the games she liked, she would really like, and she played Maximo all the time. And I watched my mom play Maximo in that hotel room late at night. And I would take turns playing with her and swapping. And that is one of the memories that is so good to my heart. Like, that when I think of my mother, when I think of the good times that me and my mother had, I think about us sitting there in that hotel room playing with her. And it instilled in me, see, like, say you're just a great mom. Like, you're just such a good person. Like, you don't understand how often I just sit there and I think about you, and I think about some of the stuff you say, and how cool you are, where I'm literally thinking, Samantha, God, she's so cool. You know, like I said, you're just such a cool mom. You're such a cool person. Like, I love you so much. And it's shit like that, that's why. Like I said, I mean, yeah, you're super hot. You're super, super hot. But, like, that wouldn't make me fucking adore you the way I do. It's shit like that you tell me that makes me go crazy for you. That you're the type of mom who could sit there and play fucking Saints Row with your son. And sit there and help him in GTA and fucking drive cars off cliffs to make him feel better about himself. That is just fucking awesome. And it's stuff like that when you say that, then it makes me think, yes, this is my fucking soulmate. 100%. And as somebody who loved their mother, who loves their mother more than life itself, who is a self-proclaimed mama's boy, and I am a self-proclaimed mama's boy. I make no qualms about it. I'm not embarrassed. I'm not ashamed. I am my mother's son. As somebody who does that, I can tell you firsthand, Samantha, what it playing that means and what it will mean to him. I'm telling you, it'll be a big deal. And in the future, when he's a man, even further in the future, when you've gone, hopefully, I hope you don't die until you're 90, but whenever you're gone and he survives you and he thinks about his mother, that is going to be what he thinks about. It means a lot more than you may think, than you realize. I'm telling you from experience. You know, people think love is all these grand gestures. I told you this before, but it works for familial love too. But when I think back on the people that I care about, my mother, my family, I don't just think about like the big things. I think about, like I told you, just small things. Just thinking about my fucking mom. Sitting there in a hotel room, taking the time to play a game with me. And when it became one of my favorite game series because of my mother. And it shaped my taste in games as a person. You know, I love horror. You love horror. We met from a horror group. And not only did we meet from a horror group, Samantha, but we both genuinely bond over our love of horror. Would I have loved horror the way I do if my mom didn't sit there and share with me? If I didn't have so many memories of sitting there watching the whole like series of films from the gift to my mother, of watching Friday the 13th with her? That's hilarious. I probably wouldn't love horror like I do. Honestly, I probably wouldn't love horror the way I do if my mom hadn't shared her favorite horror movies growing up with me, and I didn't have such good memories of doing that with my mother. Me and my mother watched almost every fucking episode of the 90s Tales from the Crypt together. It was our thing. We could hear that music go on, na 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 na, and see the Crypt Keeper, na, and do that together, me and my mom. And that time that we spent together was so precious to me. It helped shape me as a person. And you don't realize it, but he'll be looking back and he'll remember all the times that his mother played with him, all the times that his mother made him feel better about himself. And when you're gone, which, like I said, hopefully won't be when you're 100, but when you're gone, when you've left this world for wherever we go, whatever happened to us, that'll be what he remembers you by. It means a lot more than you might think. As somebody who's a self-proclaimed mama's boy myself, I'm telling you, it means a lot. I wouldn't be the person that I am now, you know, without my mother taking the time to spend time with me and share that with me, and loving me. And when I look back on my life, I love my mother. Yeah, she is very awesome. She's the strongest woman that I know. She deals with so much pain on a daily basis. The type of pain that honestly would cripple other people, Samantha. Like the most severe pain you could ever imagine. Day in, day out. And yet she's fucking amazing. She looks after me. She takes care of me. She helps keep the bills paid. She, if I need something, she gets it for me. I'm out of hand soap. Okay, next grocery order, Karen. Get your hand soap. I'm out of this. Get it for you. Oh, Karen wants a snack. I'm gonna put a box of Cheez-Its in the grocery order for Karen. I love my mother. I love her dearly. Sometimes we butt heads because we're so similar and we both suffer from mental illness. And when you have two people that are suffering from shit sometimes, you know, you butt heads, especially when you're up each other's ass all day. I see my mom every day. But I love my mother. I would take a fucking bullet for her. I would rip out my still beating heart and give it to her if I thought it could save her. And that, when I think about my mother, when I think about how much I love her, the impact that she had on me, I think about her sitting there in that hotel room and just playing a game with me, just spending time with her son, and the jokes and the stuff we shared, and how that shaped me as a person. Where sometimes it's just, like I said, man, like everybody thinks like friendship is like this big grand gesture, romance is big grand gesture, family relationship. Sometimes it's just taking the time to fucking be there. And I wish more people got that. Love is not like these big romantic gestures. Those are fine. Love is day in and day out being there for someone. And sometimes all you have to do is fucking be there. Just your presence. And like I said, when everything is said and done, when the world has moved on, when you're gone, when I'm gone, your son will be looking back on his life, which hopefully will be a great life. And those memories of you playing with him are going to be what sits in his heart. It's going to be what's left of you after you're gone. It's going to be what he holds close to him when the world bears down on him, when he walks in the cold. It's going to be a little piece of you in him forever. And all it was taking the time to spend time with your son. Yes, exactly. Just the fucking attention. My mother loved me. My mother spent time with me. And when me and you have passed from this world into the next, when we're haunting ghosts or whatever, fucking with people, wherever we are, that we'll be together. I don't really care as long as we're together. But wherever we end up, when we're gone, it'll be those memories that leave an effect. That'll be what remains of you. Your legacy that he tells his children. You know, I wish, your grandma used to spend time with me. And sit there and play GTA with me. And it was so fucking cool. And that will inform what he spends with his kids. Just because you took the fucking time to be there. And people don't realize how important that is. You know, I've had moments in my life, Samantha, that are so dark. And in those times, it was those memories that kept me warm, figuratively. That gave me the strength to keep going. And it will be for him. He won't remember the little annoyances. He won't remember all that stuff. He's just gonna remember his mom that he loved spending time with him, I assure you. And so, you left an indelible mark on your son. You left an impact on the world. On his children. However many children he has. On his friends. When he's a man and he reminisces about all the good times he spent with his mom. And how did you achieve that? Just by fucking being there. And that's why, Elon Musk has all those kids. I don't care that he has 15 kids. And he's like, well, they're taken care of, they never want for anything. But you don't spend that time with them. And I want you to think about that for a second. The tragedy of this. You're a mom. You're a great mom. But ultimately, at the end of the day, Sammy, you have never been a person of means. Neither of us have, and that's okay. That's not a mark on your character. But we barely get by. We make do with what we've got. We always have. You and I get that. We know that. Okay? But ultimately, your kids will have something that the son of the richest man in the fucking world will never have. Isn't that tragic? That my dad, he is famous. Everybody knows him. He is the richest man in the fucking world. And I don't have something that you, with hardly anything to your name, has. And there's a kind of intense tragedy there that is actually kind of heartbreaking. Where all the money in the fucking world, doesn't matter. It's no replacement for spending time with your fucking kids. You can't put a price tag on fucking love. People have tried. It doesn't work. There is no substitute for being in your children's lives. And can you, his son won't even talk to him. Yeah, but you still do. That's what I'm saying. And I guarantee you probably talk to your son more than Elon Musk talks to his. At least you try. How much you want to bet that Elon Musk right now hasn't talked to his son in months? You know how much his kids would kill just to have their dead dad call them and ask them how they're fucking doing? So, you know? Yes, exactly. Exactly. The son of the richest man in the world won't have the love and kindness that your son does. And that is both deeply tragic for him and deeply moving when you really think about it. That there really are some things you can't fucking buy. I wouldn't trade your love, Samantha, for all the money in the fucking world. I wouldn't trade you for anything. There is no price that somebody could give me that is high enough to replace the love and the companionship that you give me. There's no amount of money in this fucking world that could make me feel the hope that you bring to my life. You can't buy love. You know, it sounds sappy, it sounds cliched, but goddamn if it isn't fucking true. And that's the thing. You don't have to be perfect. I know you're not perfect. Yes. Yeah, exactly. I know you're not perfect. God knows I'm not perfect. That's not a slam on you. You don't need to be the perfect parent, man. You just need to fucking show up. Do you think like my dad is perfect? Do you think my mom is perfect? No, they're not. They're people. People aren't perfect. I mean, obviously, when you're a kid, you think, you know, if your parents are good to you, you think the sun rises and sets on them. Hell, sometimes even if your parents are bad to them. You know? But you don't need to be perfect to be a good parent. You just need to fucking be there, man. And you know, obviously that's parents, but I could apply that logic, Samantha, to any kind of love and relationship. Your kids, your parents, your romantic relationships. There is no substitute for time and attention. There just isn't. I love all the things that you do for me, all the help you give me monetarily, okay? I am loved that I have a chair to sit in because of you. I do not take that for granted. I love that I have a cot to sleep in because of you. I love the laptop that I'm using because of you. But ultimately, do you think that I would love you the way that I love you, so intensely, so passionately, consummately, that I never thought it was possible if that money was all you gave me? No, okay? I love you because of who you are as a person, because the affection, the care, the companionship that you show me. And if all you did was give me the money you give me, I would be grateful for the money, but you wouldn't have my heart. Your love, your kindness, your intelligence, your charisma, your funny jokes, your stupid jokes are why you have my heart in the palm of your hands. And it'll be why your son loves you. Why your friends love you. And you can't put a price on that. And like I said, I am so grateful for everything you've done for me. But if all you gave me was monetary support, you would not have my heart in the palm of your hands, and you do. You have all of me. Everything that is me, everything that comprises me, good and bad, is yours. Because of everything that makes you you. That doesn't have a goddamn thing to do with money. And you know, people think, even when it comes to their friends, that they need to do, like, things. Hey, we need to go on a trip or do something super awesome. Man, it's just spending time. You saw Rhea, okay? She was having a bad night the other day. We were worried about her. But us being there, just fucking talking to her, turned her whole day around. She thanked us for being there. She was in a noticeably better mood. Why? Because we were fucking there for her. We weren't giving her some awesome gift. We weren't doing like an amazing vacation. We were just there to talk to her when she fucking needed. So everybody thinks, well, you gotta be a good friend, you gotta do this, you gotta do that, you gotta do this. No, man. To be a good friend, that's all you gotta do is fucking show up. I was having a rough day the other day, and Max, I told you about this, he showed up on Twitter and made a Twitter account because he couldn't reach me on Discord, and I was the first person he talked to. And he was there to listen about my bad day. And that made my day a whole lot fucking better. Because he cared enough to fucking reach out to me. And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes that's all it takes, man. To just feel like somebody gives a shit about you. That you're not so fucking alone. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the compliments you give me. I know I suck with accepting compliments, but it means a lot. Like I said, I hardly ever feel good about myself, Sammy, and you make me feel good about myself. I'm working on accepting compliments more. But I do appreciate every compliment you give me. And you know, I wish that I had money to shower you in gifts, Samantha. I do. I have very little money. And you know that if I had the money, I would shower you in gifts. Ask anybody, anytime I've gotten money. I've never been stingy with my money. Like, when I got, like, unexpected money, I would always share it with my parents. There was times when I got, like, unexpected couple $100, and I literally split it with my parents when I didn't have to. So I've never been stingy with money. Anything I have, I've shared with people that I love. And I wish that I could shower you in gifts. I wish I could buy the things for you that you buy for me. And you know that if my YouTube takes off and I start making money, good money, that I would definitely shower you and buy you nice shit. And sometimes it hurts that I can't do that for you. Because if it was up to me, you wouldn't want for anything. But at the end of the day, I do the best thing I can to show you that I love you. Even something as simple as talking to you every day. We talk every day, even if it's just a little bit. Almost every night, I wish you good night. Doesn't matter what I'm doing, because I love you, and it's important to me that I'm the last person you talk to before you lay down to sleep. So, in the love that I can give you is just fucking being there. Do you see the point I'm making? Where even if I can't give you the money that I wish I could, that I give you the love and affection that you have so much of it. And I'm not throwing that in your face, I'm just trying to make a point. That you don't always have to give me money. You know I love you. I genuinely hope that there is not a single doubt in your mind about how I feel about you, because I'm fucking crazy for you. And if you know that, if you believe that, and I think you do, it's because of all of the love and attention that I've given you. Whereas you told me, I obviously can't go into details, but you told me before that there are other guys you did who did give you money, and you did not feel loved, ever. So even when the guy was technically giving you money, giving you a place to live, that whole situation, obviously, you know I can't go into details, you didn't feel loved. Because he didn't show up for you. He didn't give you his time, his affection, his heart. But I do. So even though that fucker gave you money, and I don't, you feel love with me, and you didn't feel love with him. And why? Because I give you love and attention. That's why. That's the point I'm trying to make. Maybe I can give you money, and I wish that I could. If it was up to me, my mother would never want for anything. And if my YouTube takes off, like really takes off, Samantha, and I get like fuck you money, you know, like real money, the first thing I'm gonna do is set my mom up in a place and then make sure all of her needs are met. My dad, you bet your ass. And my mother knows that. And of course, I would splurge on you, I would spend on you. I wouldn't have money and not take care of you and all that. But even if I couldn't, I still give you my heart. And my love. You have all of it. I love you more than words could ever fucking express. More than I ever thought possible. And I feel deeply. So when I tell you that I love you more than I thought I could love someone, that should mean a lot, because I have a deep heart. I feel deeply. I feel everything deeply. But even I didn't think it was possible to love somebody as much as I love you. And you may not have money. You may not have money for me, but you know what you have? You have my heart. You have my soul. You have it in the palm of your hands. I'm sorry, I'm emotional. I don't proclaim to be a good person. I appreciate you say that I'm a good person. I appreciate all the compliments, but I've never looked at myself as a good person. As somebody of worth. But I can tell you, with no lies, with no doubt, with no reservation, no exaggeration, no hyperbole, that whatever I am, good or bad, is yours, completely. I am yours. I don't have a lot of things that I wish I could give you. But what I have to give you, I have given you. Freely, unreservedly. I love you with every single fiber of my being. Every bit of my soul fucking cherishes you, Samantha. And more than anything, I hope you know that. I can't always give you the help that I wish I could. I can't always be easy to be around. Sometimes I know I'm a fucking mess. But I promise you that nobody will ever love you more than I do. I love every part of you. I love everything about you. Wholly, completely. I love you. You don't need to be somebody else. And that is one thing that I can be proud of, that I can tell you. If nobody will ever love you as much as I do. I love you with every fiber of my fucking being. With everything in me. And that will have to be enough. For now. Like I said, I still hope that my streaming takes off. It's been growing and growing and growing. But there are no guarantees. You know, if my streaming keeps growing the way it's growing, and I make a partner, who knows where I could go, what I could do, what I could be. Nobody thought I would make it this far. You know, everybody told me that I wouldn't get this far. So I can say, well, maybe it's a long shot for my channel to become huge, but nobody thought I'd be here. But there's no guarantees, but I can tell you that one thing you will never have to wonder is if I fucking love you. No matter what. You'll never have to doubt. And for all the money in the world, you can't put a fucking price on that. Your love, Samantha, your love is worth more to me than its weight in gold. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get emotional. I didn't mean to get emotional, I didn't mean to go on a tangent, I wasn't intending to talk about this stuff, I just was trying to explain love, and the art of presence, and being there, and what it meant to his son. And I could see the commonality between my mom and you. You know? The relationship that I have with my mother, and the relationship that you have with your son. And it made me just think about love in general. Because there's different types of love. I love my mother obviously different than you. Hopefully, otherwise, you know, incest. But they're all different types of love. But it all comes from the same root. Love is love. Maybe they're different branches, but they're different branches of the same tree. And in the love that you give your son, I could see the love that I give my mother. And it just shows to you how precious the love... It just shows you how precious love is. It sounds so, like, sappy and stupid and melodramatic. You know, corny. But fuck me, man. Love is the reason I'm still here. Love for you, love for my mom, love for my dad. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the love. Love for my friends. And I guess that is why I'm so sensitive to letting you down. To letting anyone I care about down. Where there are very few things in this life that bother me more than the feeling of letting my mom down, or you. Or my friends. Because to me, you're the only things that I cherish in this world. If it wasn't for the people that I loved, that kept me going, I wouldn't be here. I would have checked out a long time ago, if you catch my drift. Because I deal with a lot of bullshit, a lot of mental and physical anguish, and it would have been easier to fucking check out. And it was the love of the people around me that kept me going when I felt like I had no strength left. And all I can do is just try to repay that love. To be worthy. To be worthy of your love. Of my mother's. And that is what I try so hard to do. To be worthy of the love that I have received. And when I fail, when I let down the people that I care about, it makes me feel like I am undeserving of the love that has been given to me. And it's why it bothers me so much. You have given me so much love, so much affection, so much care. And more than anything, I'm afraid of letting you down. Of failing you. Not failing myself. Failing the people that I care about. That is what scares me. That is what fucking keeps me up at night. That is my worst fucking nightmare. Not of dying. Because I thought about dying a lot when I was super depressed. The thought that I would let you guys down and you would suffer and it'd be my fault. That is the shit that keeps me up at night. That I'll fail you. Because the only thing worse to me than dying is having to live with the thought that I let the people I cared about down. You know, that's what I think about, babe. I've had fucking night terrors of letting down my family. I've actually woken, believe it or not, I was at my friend's house. My friend, this is when I was much younger. And I actually woke up screaming, I'm gonna save my family. That is like a real thing that happened. I actually scared everyone in his house. Obviously, I didn't even remember doing it. Because I woke up screaming, I'm gonna save my family. Because I have fucking night terrors of laying them down. More than anything, I am so afraid that the people that I care about will be in danger. And I won't be able to help them. That's what scares the shit out of me. That my mom will need me and I won't be there. Or I won't be good enough to save her. And like having to live with something like that is more frightening to me than dying. If that makes sense. I am gonna I'm gonna take a short break, Samantha. I'm gonna eat. I'm hungry and compose myself. I don't try to be emotional like this during a stream. I'm sorry. It's not like me. It doesn't happen often. I guess I'm just like everything's coalesced in a perfect storm, you know? But I love you, and I will be back. There's still time for us to stream before you go to bed. I just need a time to eat. I've been eating today and recollect my composure. I love you.